Take that.
I can do that. Actually, I'm just gonna
Hold it.
Use the selfie stick, come on!
The problem is it's kind of awkward because it's at an angle because it's using a fork to hold onto
Why
fire.
don't you use actual tape?
Because there's not. We don't have any of that.
It's right there.
That I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to pull you a little bit closer and attempt not to. Okay, Rhett, I think we are now ready finally for a competition.
Can we get a confirmation that we're live?
That would be an excellent question.
Tommy, are these live and plastic?
This one, yeah. Is this switched on?
It's turned on.
Yeah, it's on.
We're not hearing ourselves though.
All right, so this is the first match.
It is coming.
Yeah, just come up. Any way you can turn down the music?
Hey guys, just let me know if you guys have any scoring questions immediately after the match or as soon as you guys can. Okay. Yep. We'll be cleaning it up like within 30 seconds.
Not much to see here.
Hey Max, this monitor just says unable to connect. Just let me know. Okay. Alright, sounds good. The order is up there.
Is it like this every year?
Not as bad. The actuated field made things more complicated. Alright, looks like we have a no-show from one of the robots on the Blue Alliance.
We should probably just introduce ourselves.
Oh, yeah. Totally forgot to do that. I thought everyone knew me.
All right, so looks like we're going to get started pretty soon. We're your casters. I'm Rhett Gentile.
And I'm Max Barretto.
And is the stream? Where's the stream? I can't see anything. There's people.
Just open up a new stream. Open up a new tab. Find it's twitch.tv/pyrobotics.
Are your robots on? Yeah, wait, you guys have all the green lights. Show me yours. Turn it on. It just does it automatically. Yeah, try to again. Show me. Turn it on really fast. Yeah, the robots on.
My robots.
You guys, that's correct. We have right now. Sorry, you shouldn't be moving right now. It's disabled. So I'm interested. It's not moving. Now it's turning it off, but it's not.
What? The sound? Yeah, it's fine.
What it's supposed to look like.
You tell us. We can't hear us.
I'm in the booth, so I can't hear. But trying to see test the speakers.
Yeah. Look.
Because it's loud and clear in the speakers in the booth.
Okay, good.
But if they can't hear it, I just need to turn it on.
Yeah, could you turn on the music and up the audio?
All right. Robots are on the field.
Let's see, that is Team 19 in the opposite corner on the Blue Alliance. I recognize that.
Ouch. Why did that happen?
poor feedback, poor control in the audio booth, and it looks like we're going to have to turn down the volume a bit. Just play with it. You got to roll with it.
Can you hear us? All right, that's okay. Doesn't seem to be any more feedback issues.
I don't think anyone's died from that, although you wouldn't know from how loud it was.
All right. So I've got.
Excellent. Full screen.
We also have to have this so we can announce the matches. So blue 1, blue 2. Yellow 1, yellow 2. And of course, I can't actually see everything.
Oh, no, that would be much too easy. Okay, it looks like we've got Community Day and Balboa versus Encinal and Head Royce.
Can you turn off your robot?
Well, you guys stole our chairs.
No, we got new ones.
Can I get you guys to control everything? This is what should be happening, but it's not working when they're plugged in. Like when their robots are connected. Like it's telling out people tired.
Well,
They can drive, but it's not on at all. Like now if you can go, yeah. That's when it's somebody you're fine. That's what we're in on. That's correct. Like when the lights are
we're
probably
going to go to the match. Excuse me.
are they all? Yeah. But they're like it's always telling us, no matter what they change it to. When they're robots. Are you guys sure you have the proper competition format on? What? Are you guys sure you have the proper
Hi, robotics, everyone.
Can you hand me that?
While we're waiting, I thought maybe I could talk about some of our sponsors. Tau Beta Pi is the founding organization. They're an engineering honor society, the oldest in the country. They have a group on basically every engineering campus in America. Many Pi robotics members are also Tau Beta Pi members, and they take members from all engineering disciplines. Engineering Student Council. Christ on it. Why? Why is this happening? Where is Tommy?
It's good. Oh, in my room. You gotta share the limelight here, man. So, Red, what do you think of this year's game?
I think it's a very interesting game. It's got a lot of interesting moving parts. At least 3 different areas that teams could focus on. You've got the table flipping component, which is kind of its own aspect, clearing things off of tables and putting things on tables.
I'm actually surprised at the number of table flipping robots I've seen. I was expecting to see much more focused on getting the nom-noms on the safe table, but a lot of teams are just going for that table flip. Why do you think that is?
I think it's an interesting engineering challenge, and if you're doing this, you want to be doing something at least a little bit complex.
That's fair. That's fair. But a lot of the time, I mean, we're here to win. It's a competition, of course.
Yeah, that's true. I think that it's the thought is you want to be able to have those tables, and you don't necessarily know that you're going to be paired with a team in your alliance that can flip tables, so you want to be able to do it just in case your partner can't.
That's true. That's true. So, what specializations do you think we'll see? I see a lot of table flipping, but I can't really name any others. You?
I'm actually not too familiar with any of these components, so just looking, it's hard to tell. I remember there was a lot of robots at scrimmage that were designed for getting nom-noms off of tables, and I think there's probably going to be some vestiges of that. I think a lot of it's been, replaced in the intervening weeks. But I imagine that if you had a successful robot at scrimmage, you're probably going to want to keep at least a little bit of that functionality.
That's true. That's true. I've seen a lot of robots going for just sweeping the nom-noms directly off from the table. I don't really see anyone going for anything but that and table flipping. Do you think anyone's going to be actually scoring on the tables? It's a lot of points.
Scoring on the flipped tables?
Yes.
I don't know. The difficulty there is that it's at a different height, right? There's 3 different heights. There's ground level, high table, and the mid tables.
Yes.
And so that's another layer of complexity. And so it's possible that teams said, well, the risk versus reward of that it's not worth it. Where it's a hard challenge. We're doing other things, and maybe we're splitting our time, and it's not worth it.
That's true. That's true. I mean, you can also see that a lot of the teams they're going for one strategy that they know cannot change. A lot of teams I've noticed know exactly what they're going to do. They map out their actions and then they follow it through, almost like autonomous except controlled. Now, I noticed that there's not much interaction I was seeing on teams, but a lot of teams are going for onto the opposite side, stealing tables, flipping tables. I guess that's why a lot of teams are going not for the scoring points on the flip tables, because they can't rely on those, because those gates, they go up and down real fast.
Yeah, I think that the tables are very risky when you've got other robots. Clarify the rules for me. Can opposing robots interfere with the flipped tables and the nom-noms on them?
Absolutely. They can't touch the nom-noms, but they can do anything they want to the table.
Yeah, so see, it's very risky. In order to really make those table points worth it, you would have to invest resources in defending your table, which is, it's just, you don't have that time, you don't have that capability.
But it's almost twice as many points.
Right, but it's twice as many points provided that there's not a single robot on the opposing team that can flip a table, and as we're seeing, there's a lot of table flipping mechanisms. It's just not a safe bet.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. When we were first setting things up, we wouldn't expect nearly as many table flippers, but everyone's got one.
Everyone, really.
Yeah.
I actually haven't taken a look at the full lineup, so
not everyone, but you know what I mean.
Sure, fair enough. So just taking a look at the match here. Taking a look at the match that's set up here, we've got Ted Royce in blue 1.
Okay.
El Cerrito in blue 2.
Turn on the field. What field on?
Autonomous appears to have begun. We've got yellow or gold 1, which has successfully scored some points in Autonomous they got out of their box.
Yes, unfortunately, gold is going to be heavily penalized for not leaving their box during the autonomous.
All right, you're gonna have to hit go again. Now, go ahead and hit go.
Teleoperated has begun. We've got
Team 20 with that very impressive elevator. Oh, I'm liking this a lot, and that's a nicely flipped table.
Team 20 has successfully flipped the table. We've got gold 1, which has gotten some points off the high table.
Yes, it looks like Team 19 is trying to gather its elements into it. Oh, and there's this actuator. This was a very interesting actuator we saw that we were helping make. Oh, and it just crammed into that poor gate. Ooh.
Yeah,
Okay.
so looks like Blue's strategy is to get nom-noms off the table with, is that a conveyor belt?
That is actually a very interesting mechanism that I helped make. Well, not personally, but I was part of it. So that is a, we like to call it a hungry hippo.
I see.
It uses a guide along the sides to slide that brush up, over, and down so that
I
you can
see.
just eat it up like a hungry hippo.
It looks like Head Royce. Head Royce is that one, right?
Yes.
Head Royce has successfully placed some nom-noms onto one of their flipped tables.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Looks like they're able to scoop up nom-noms and then deploy them out with a sort of layer conveyor mechanism.
Yep.
Yeah,
Looks like going again.
that's,
They knocked one off.
One on, one off.
Oh, and they're
El
trying to get back
Cerrito
on.
looks like they're trying to flip a table. Yep, looks like they've gotten some sort of grip on it. Difficult to see through some of the teams here.
Let's see. So it looks as though they are almost there.
Team 19 still trying to get. Team 19 still trying to get those.
Oh, and there it goes. Oh, hungry hippo's going. Oh, it's waiting. It's waiting. It wants to eat.
It sounds like we're not live. All right, so yeah, Team 19 has successfully activated their actuator, and they're getting that's 2 nom-noms that they've managed to scoop on, and I believe that's.
I'm afraid that's the end of our first match. Thank you all so much.
We've got like a 20-second delay.
It's useless.
Just gonna hold it.
We need to pass it back and forth. It's too close. Pass it back.
Oh, okay.
The range is too short. It's not meant to be like a stand mic.
Sure.
It just doesn't work.
Is this one working?
You think it is? Okay.
What does this go to the feed?
That goes to Twitch.
Okay.
So this is the live mic. So tell me, Rhett, what did you think of that match?
It was very interesting. I think we saw some strategies that are gonna come into play later. There's a lot of clearly focus on these tables.
I really like that scoring on the flip table. That is a lot of points, 30 at least, compared to
35-0.
okay, and the
Gold Alliance.
The score is 35-0.
Gold Alliance.
Gold Alliance wins.
All right, thank you all so much. That was a fantastic game. I would like to thank all the teams that participated, and thank you all so much for your patience.
Get this a little closer.
Something really fragile.
It'd be nice to get some feedback that we're actually getting picked up.
Yeah, just talk. Just talk. Go for it.
So what do we say?
Just talk. Like chat.
Interesting weather. We're finally getting some rain. This thing's working.
Yeah, after the with the California drought, I can see that being very interesting indeed. Oh, and it looks like they're resetting the field. So we get random nom-noms every single game, in addition to new tables put in random locations along that line.
So nom-noms are redistributed every game, and it's different pieces.
Absolutely. So the real challenge of this game piece is that it's completely random. It's just these light plastic pieces in these random shapes. Very hard to read, very hard to just use. So you have to be very clever with how your actuator can actually eat those up.
That's interesting because a lot of robotics competitions will use standard pieces, spheres or donuts. So you can rely on a certain shape, on a certain geometry. In this competition, you can't do that. You have to have something that can handle, a piece of corn, a tomato, ice cream, which really makes you have to generalize your collectors.
Yeah, I've done robotics competitions for goodness years, and I've never seen anything like this. This is very unique. I think that the teams are responding to it beautifully, though. They've got fantastic actuators. All of them are using the different random shapes very well. The new VEX components are working out fantastically. I'm very proud of our teams.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I am as well. So currently it looks like we've got team number 28 set up in blue 2, I believe.
Hey, Grant, help.
Oh my gosh.
Your password's too long.
So yeah. So it looks like it's going to be team number 28, Community Day. Yeah. In blue 1, Oakland Tech, team number 14 in blue 2. Aspire Cal Prep, team number 18 in gold 1, and team number 27, San Lorenzo High School, in gold 2.
Unfortunately, many of the teams are still passing through inspection, so we just haven't been able to see them just yet.
Team 26.
Which high school are you?
Oakland School for the Arts.
Go for the arts. Really? Wait. There's been a typo.
That's not just a typo, this match lineup is completely wrong.
Are we not supposed to go?
We'll take care of it. I wouldn't worry about that.
Guys, we were told that there was like a match.
That's fine. We'll take care of it.
Yeah, no, I'm just wrong.
Oh,
I'm
that's dumb.
super
You're
wrong.
good.
Okay. Skip a little bit.
Correct that. So it looks like that was a bit of a mix-up. The teams are actually NCLC in blue 1, San Lorenzo High School in blue 2, El Cerrito in gold 1, and Oakland Arts in gold 2.
Okay, so looking at these robots, we've got Team 28, which has a feeder table flipper robot, as well as a nom-nom grabber on the back. Looking at the opposite corner, it looks like we've got something there just designed for grabbing nom-noms. Let's see how well he can perform. And here closer to us, I'm not sure. What do you think this robot does, Red?
Well, looks like we've got a successful autonomous mode from 3 teams, blue 1, yellow 1, and yellow 2, green or gold. Looks like the robot closest to us has some sort of vibrating mechanism that looks to be aesthetic. They've got some googly eyes on the back of their robot.
It is chipping like a woodpecker. Let's see, Team 28 is unfortunately stuck on its line following and hasn't been able to proceed.
Same with gold 2. That's the beginning of teleoperated.
Okay.
We've got motion from all 4 robots. Looks like table flipping is happening for team number 28.
All right, nicely done. Nicely done. Team 28 has done that beautifully. I think I recognize Team 26's actuator. What they do is they grab a table leg and they twist it. Oh, and it looks like Team 28 is grabbing. Oh, they're scoring in the corner. Oh, very nice. Oh, that is a solid 25 points there. That is extremely well done.
Looks like we've got a feeder or a conveyor belt mechanism for Team 12, El Cerrito. Their goal being to get things off of the high middle table. They've got some sort of prop mechanism for feeding their own robot off of the table. That's a successful table flip from Team 28. That's their second table flip. Gold team looks to have one table flipped. Oh no, 0 tables flipped currently. Team 28 looks like they're flipping a table on gold's side. Team 27, unfortunately unable to get that corn onto their high table.
Okay, Team 26 with their twisting robot. Oh, unfortunately, it looks like they're a little bit back heavy and they're starting to flip over. Now it looks like Team 27 is trying to get more nom-noms scored onto that table that Team 28 is taking care of for them. Oh, and Team 28 is looking to gather some more again. Doesn't have the reach sufficient. And, oh, it looks like it's got 2. And there we go. Beautifully done by Team 28. All right, let's see if it's going to deposit more onto the table or if it's going to go for the formal table. I'm not sure. They've done beautifully this match.
Absolutely. Looks like Team 12 has gotten stuck on a rear prop, and that's the end of the match. So looking at this, we're seeing a lot of nom-noms on the high table on blue. It's a very successful match from all robots. We've got, was that all 4 at least active in autonomous?
Really? Totally slide in? Wow. You can't see it. And the live stream is 20 seconds to live. Did we get that streamed?
Because it's basically all that happened right there for the summers.
We want to face the audience.
I'm going to take my shoes because they're over there for some reason.
We're just waiting for the final score over here.
0
to 35 gold team.
Is that the current score?
26.
No.
What's the score?
I'm getting 26 on my side.
This is going to be -10 or -20, depending on what the penalty is per block.
It's -10. For each robot that doesn't leave.
What's the total score now?
What's your total score?
It is -10.
I got 26. I got 26.
For which team?
Blue side 1.
The final score is 26 blue, -10 gold. That's a blue victory. Robots are currently just testing their actuators, looks like. These are the same robots currently moving that we had in the match. I remind all teams that it is a 10-point penalty for failing to get out of your square in autonomous mode. It's a pretty severe penalty, although it's been reduced from the scrimmage in which the penalty was -100 points, which was basically insurmountable. Good news for all those teams that haven't quite been able to get it working yet. It may be worth it to just enable a simple escape autonomous mode, just not even line following, just move to avoid that 10-point penalty.
You gotta stand.
What?
You gotta stand.
Stand where?
Up.
Why?
If you want to see, you gotta stand.
What about this mic?
My suggestion is to ask to get this microphone louder, so it's very, so no people mostly hear just you.
What?
Yes.
I can't hear anything.
just ignore it. I'll take care of it.
There's no one in the queuing area.
So I think the thing to do is become the loudest person in this room, and like everyone has to be hearing you primarily. This is what I'm not hearing now. So I think I'll have to increase the volume. I'll deal with this, and just keep talking, like entertaining the guests, and I will be. I'll be helping get the volume level right.
All right, that's fine. It's fine. But we just have to stand. That's established.
Like,
That's
yeah,
fine.
you need precedence, I guess.
Go to you.
Can we go to you first, Lord?
Thank you all so much. All right, so now we got team 14 with a box. Okay, team 1. One is jammed up against the actuator button. That means go on. He's trying to keep up with it. Team 14, well, he's okay, so it looks like all the actuators are moving now. You can make this turn up and use that.
If you're watching the live stream, my apologies for the audio difficulties. We're unable to get the live stream synced up to the stadium audio, and from the judge's desk, we're unable to see the match as it goes because there's a team in the way. So currently, we're just focusing on casting to the audience. Hopefully, we'll be able to fix the setup and be able to cast to both the audience and the live stream.
Maybe split it up so one person's casting over this and one person's.
I like the chemistry of being able to trade off, but it's
Yeah, but I mean the live stream doesn't have anyone talking.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. So Andrew was trying to get it so that this was just pointed straight at was it a speaker and just pick up the passive audio.
That'll work.
The problem is that we've been muted.
Where? That's been muted? No, it hasn't.
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Oh, wow. So now we're getting audio all of a sudden. That's fantastic.
We were getting audio the entire time.
I was told no one could hear me.
We can't on this.
Oh, that.
That's just going to Twitch, right?
Yeah.
So you're not going to hear it. No.
I mean, you want to just like tape this to a speaker?
That's, I guess that's pretty awful.
Oh. Max, you start this, right?
Max, I didn't buy lunch, so I don't get it.
I've got salad. Come here.
I'm fine.
No, I have an extra salad that's left over. Give it to me. Come here.
To put this microphone. What? Do you have a good idea of where to put this microphone? No, so the thing is, they're casting standing up. So no one's here. So it's about the microphone. Or I'll pick up the switch for this. There's a really nice output of the audio over there.
No, it doesn't. It's like everything's nice at the same time.
So we're going to have the cables down here.
Well, we can try it. I mean,
You're not talking about it. Plus, it's an analog signal anyway. Oh, probably.
Not on the TRS cable.
Oh, really? It's not.
No, that's SS.
I see. I was thinking of let's say over there. USB hub there. I saw one match entirely.
kill it, and then I'm going to turn the other one and make sure it turns the right way. I want to make sure it's no, it does turn the right direction. Though, one thing I'm not sure. I don't think I'll test that next. Should go this way. Yeah, that's the right way. Grant, did you send me for using it's actually only like 5 seconds. Whatever GDC told me is what I put. Alright, well, let's just try it one more time. Sure. And then immediately I press it. Sure. I think it's only a problem. Okay. So I was right all along. I just forgot about the cool.
Actually, wait, actually, Lukas, stop it.
Could you put
Stop
that
it.
in the booth?
It's gonna be possibly, but wait, Lukas, stop it. That's a good idea, actually.
So not a single weapon lost here for Fnatic. They were able to get some kills.
Well, they got 3 with the P9 each, so that's 900. This SMG rolls up and 20 total. This time he gets taken down. Alpha gets him. Speaking of that,
Be really careful here. When you've just lost a lot of players, look how quickly NIP just converged on it. Olaf can hold the cap. There is one drop, one coming up through catwalk 2. They stopped the A push. So Ninjas in pajamas. They actually ended up baiting this one out as Olaf is just tit for tat trade-off. There's still the advantage coming the way of Fnatic, even though JW is very, very injured. Ninjas in pajamas exist in Freiburg. They come up through dropping. Gets an early pick off. Seeing Crims tags him. But only down to 36. Use the sprint to get out of here.
JW is very low on the backside. He's actually going to go right beyond it. He doesn't want to take that fight one-on-one. He wants to try and set up a crossfire right now with Crims.
He's got
Flash spots it. He did spot it. He just barely saw it.
And perfect crossfire. Crims can't finish the job, however, but they know exist is low. He's on 2 HP. He managed to survive this. So here's just throws at the Molotov, looking for the plant, baiting the movement out through the doors as well. JW, he still looks for it. Gets the kill, and Fnatic, they stop Ninjas in Pajamas first buy round here.
And that's exactly why I didn't want to take the fight early. Get inside the site, use your teammate to your advantage. Stays alive, gets the kill. Konax was in a great position coming around to the backside as well. He was on the flank, regardless with full HP, so it was still looking good either way, but they keep up another gun as a result.
JW, man, what a great start. 3 rounds and he's managed to pick up 6 kills. There's also been a lot of action around A main. That's the reason why he's just so high on the kill count. He hasn't done it a single time.
That's the other thing, without him getting these guns out, we haven't seen a lot of action and drop. That's going to open up a lot of B-side. We didn't really talk a lot about that. We mentioned roll-off. The other aspect to that is he can hold off the front side of B all he wants. If they can control that drop on NIP's side, then they control the rotators underneath the wall. They're going to flop. Here it is again. Backside. This time doesn't even need to get up close.
So damn good. JW comes in for a couple more of the frags. With the M4 sitting on the backside, as you said, he doesn't have to take that risk of coming up towards the slope and just control fires out. And NIP, they're trying to actually win a pistol battle by standing on catwalk. Is that easily possible when you're going up against the M4s?
Nah, you're going to have to get the shot. You got to absolutely nail it on the way out.
Well, that distance also not a good job. Like, also come out with a fight, but you fly up heavily to get some level of space.
I mean, that's your best bet in that position. You flash out, you go for a quick straight jump around it, you get in behind the rectangle, then you can play the ghost forward, and you basically isolate all off the actual out to keep you. But they didn't do that. They got slowed down too much, tagged up on their movement speed, and couldn't get in. So now it's all up close, using the smoke cruise advantage. Get right, tries to fire back through. Meanwhile, lots of kills going off in toward that connector. Bombs way back in B tunnels, and Get Right going down. Exist has to go back.
Long run. Maybe he's going to come over towards A instead. Crims is still beyond the counters of your war, but Olaf played aggressively up. Like, Get Right tried to get control, but he got stuck again out the platform, outside the catwalk. So you can't find that way onto the B side. The only way they've done it is when they've lost all the players from more people with 2 HP. The only way NIP's got near that bomb side so far. But this is also what we were expecting from Fnatic. They really have played a lot more on this map and practiced it nicely. Their crossfires are perfect, the rotations are nice. We'll see how well they hold the A side this time around. As far as already coming up for an axe. Yeah, flash out, realize he's going to get pushed up from the side. Gets the kill over on 1, and well, Alu, last man standing. Over at the stables. But JW's watching him, and with the M4 they finish for round 5-0. Waller so far from Fnatic.
It's scary for Nip. They chose to start D-side, and the reason is, like I said, they had a great run against Fnatic in the qualifier. They've been getting a lot of rounds D-side as of late on many maps. Anything on a gun. Guns out for 2 rounds because of the force fire.
This guy's got 10K still. He still wants to curse the SMGs. And because they're doing this in mid, he's already got so much money, he thinks something Zip as well as get right. The bomb is dropped very, very visible. Flash is going to jump himself down and take the position of the captain. Maybe not, whatever he still wants to have another crack. Finds Mark, that's 3 in a row for him. And he wants to find more, potentially 8. As Freiburg, they're moving up, he's not going to get a Pronax wrapped up. Fnatic, they're rolling in the mode.
I was going to say there's no reason not to upgrade. Even if they give up 1 round, you get so much money just from continuing to use it, and then you get a play like that. You just walk up close and sprays away.
He's 13-2-0.
9,400. This time he actually does buy it. As opposed to AK full nades, full armor, full kit buy. Picked up a Tech 9 as well, so he's got everything to work with. This is pretty much the most fully loaded JW you can imagine.
Ninjas in pajamas do have weapons this time around, so watching Alu trying to get that pick down to danger, but Fnatic, they're holding back more defensively this time around. JW has normally been quite pushy on the A side. This time they hold him very, very tight. Crypto Pronax, and they were the guys that went to get all the kills over and drop, where Ninjas in pajamas were meant to be pushing, but so far there's been little to no presence there. And NIP, they're just trying to play this blind man's bluff game, battling through the smoke on Cat. Taking risks. Well, he's not going to actually wait for him. He's sick of waiting. Get right. He knows he's in there. Got the perfect angle and Get right just pre-fires it. I think he heard him come up. Now the flash of Molotov, but it's Fnatic defending from range. With the help of Pronax, blind us. Get rid of JW. That's the first death for him. It took 7 rounds to do it. But then finally put him down. And NIP, this is the greatest round they've got.
Got a lot down. That's important. Also, get right after running off. Forex is still inside the site. But look at this. Discipline bomb down. Second man as well. Here's still one above him.
Taking 3. Alu. Now it's a 1-on-1. All on all. Alu's going to look for that plan. It comes in, the Molotov going to try and force him to the right, and that's where Flusher waiting with the pistol. He wants to go for the quick pick, and he takes it. Flusher making sure that Fnatic now can take 7 rounds in a row. And NIP, they fell apart on the sleeper agent again.
It's kind of privileged. But we're going to try and get UC hooks all the way to the booth.
He sits in the corner, and he waited. The reason he took it away longer than he took the shot because it was the bomb planner. Doesn't really mean the money worth it. The third one all the way over to Get Right. He was just turning around going, what the hell's going on behind him? And all of a sudden he's down as well.
That is a lot.
Catches out and can't get a break. That was the best entry, and Konax hasn't been that position. Go on so aggressively over the connector.
You wouldn't expect him to be there.
Watch that, we're talking about you.
You would have expected them to move around more than 4 rounds. Because that was
Exactly it. That's what Konax was. We think someone who walked him down. He was actually on the backside. I didn't expect anyone else to be there.
The last time Fnatic actually played Goblins though, like it was a week ago in the online competition, but they kept running, like it was kind of mainly 2 around the mid, and then wanted to go towards that mid on over the hat. But they're just switching up nicely. You push one player off, you bump them off, and then try and go up.
Yeah, boost up in that position. Play him. Get Right got out off that time. That's the first round they do. You need to be able to find a defensive player. They're actually playing quite passively right now. Konax is outside that room. They get flashed down, but they're not in a position to do it. They're going to rely on this double lock.
With the NIP right now, for Fnatic right now, especially when Forrest does drop, primarily because the number of bands is perfect for Fnatic. The run up, Alu can't do it. And in fact, JW walks.
It'll cost them a bit. They'll pick up the offense, no matter, but
you want to see like the
I want to see this drop anything then. There's no reason for them to start trying to take the fight forward. They want to drop down, force him to change the way that together. That's not how you react to John Bailey. Just his hand. What's the issue? If I get one in that, of the second player. It's an easy trade. Instead, they just essentially line up. Again, that trade goes in. Get right doesn't have to make the ball back in. Just to get inside the site. Then Get right is going to try and hold off the rotator with the first player in. Whoever it's going to be in that case exists. So I think it's the trade is going to help take down Olaf, and then they get a plan that changes everything.
Here they come again, Ronex. UMP 45 going to work. They can, of course, and exists. Can't get Jack. It's all up to Freiburg. 14 HP and Wild Crips.
So what I think we do is we have to
Really isn't. I think you want this days left in the If anyone's watching this game and wants to see how the teams can play that position on the map, don't watch games where you have to play the lurk position at drop, because it's absolutely spot on. Even if they attack you, they're not going to get rotated. And it just slows down everyone's game to see that it's a lot more creative than everyone else is on the site. And if you can't open it, it doesn't matter if you get a block here or not, because you still have two other players coming from the backside. Right now, they want to press the ball, but he's still not down.
Norm, they threw the ball at him, couldn't find the right angle. Only will still take two, but that's all he needs to do in that position. Sometimes he gets more. That's why flashback and he bounced a little bit incorrectly with Grims. Get right, they'll pick up one piece. There's just Get right left. They know exactly where he is. He plays for the long range AK for Fnatic. 10 rounds to 1. This is one hell of a wrecking ball coming in from Fnatic. NIP back to pistols again.
What are those buttons for? The green buttons? Oh, so these buttons are for robots will be hitting these buttons, and these gates will open and close, or that turntable will turn.
Money bonuses for the reset.
So does
4 rounds to go now. So
gates open for the time and close?
Yes.
You break it
So the
late.
idea is a robot comes here, hits,
You basically don't win that next round after.
and scurries across
Process
before
of
it
slaughter.
goes.
You're never going to reset. You're going to be that fast against the building it that long.
10 seconds,
So what's the goal for each robot?
The goal is to do some combination of following actions. Turn these tables right side up, take food off the turntable and put it on that table in the back, or the tables here, and move it autonomous.
With flashes before, but right now,
Autonomous is when
just
a,
nowhere
like,
near enough support.
I can stand there like an RC car and push joysticks, right? But then it's not the car is I'm doing the car what to do. Autonomous is when the car decides by itself what it does. It does it all by itself. I'm not touching any buttons.
And it looks to be a very, very quick round here. Not only he's pretty close to it. He only has one
Like,
AP.
they have to go to what?
Fnatic will win the round now. Goes
Yes, they do.
11-1. This.
So when do you think the difference of what is
So autonomous mode starts at the beginning of the game. Robots start in corners. They must move during autonomous, otherwise they get heavily penalized.
They chose to start.
That's
they can move anywhere?
anywhere, but that's how they make sure that every team has an autonomous. And then teams have the option of flipping the tables right side up on autonomous and they get lots of points. And they also can like navigate that button in the middle and press it. And if they successfully do that, they get lots of points. Much more than they do it if they did it in teleoperation.
Relate them a little bit further. Campfire pop down. Now we're back and wanting to address this and try a different approach.
Yeah, they realize they can't get through. At least with the movement in through 8 lanes, maybe they can.
Yeah, that's exactly what those lines are for. They basically, actually, a scan is probably a pretty good way to put it, have a variety of basically flashlights and eyes on the bottom of them so they can see where the line is so they can follow the line. And so that means that they can like move to the turntable in the middle just by following the line.
But can they take the catwalk as well? This is the bigger question. Grims in a perfect position. Get right, starts firing, but Forrest and Get right, they're both looking the wrong way. He grabs the AK.
Well, so they can, but once other robots get involved, autonomous mode becomes a lot harder. It's easy to do something autonomously if there's nothing else occurring. But because there's 4 robots on the field at once those other robots collide with you, you need a human to tell the robot what to do. So there's autonomous for the first 20 or 30 seconds, and then after that, the humans tell the robots what to do. That is a 10-minute discussion. So the exact point values, the exact point values are on a rule book somewhere. But the general idea is if they move during autonomous, they get lots of points. If they hit buttons during autonomous, they get lots of points.
The first one readdresses it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So there's two phases. The first phase, there's no eliminating. Everybody's trying to score as many points as possible. And at the end of it, we get a list of teams who scored the most points to the least. And then what happens is, so you can see right now that there's two blue squares and two yellow squares. So at the end of that process, the top teams choose which robots they want to have as their partner. And then as a team, they go out and play the game against other teams. And then eliminations occurs.
How many teams are participating?
22.
So,
in this order, last year 20, this year 22, last year 20, year before that 24, year before that 20, year before that 12. Let's spin oscillate a bit. This is year 7. Oh yeah, every year the game changes. So students show up on day 1 with knowing that they're going to build a robot, but they don't know what the robot has to do yet. And then we tell them what the game is, and they have 7 weeks to figure it out. So this game is unique. Next year, we'll do it again. Completely different game.
As we go into the last half, this is brutal.
Let's keep in mind,
This long pole.
a couple of the past, you always say CT side and CT side. This version of Cobble has not been.
Actually, you know, Max, if it becomes a problem, we should like clamp another bar to there or something. Some civil engineers put triangles everywhere.
Your average score 8-7 is actually seen, and sometimes they end up favoring a T-set.
I know you guys got a 2x4.
Days they
if it makes it worse, they don't want you to do it.
Well, so we can like put like a cross member there and some civil engineers.
Yeah, no, but then people will try to shake it.
The last hurrah, Erlof. Spraying through the
Yeah.
forest, also chip damage in the forest, but the nade's going to do more work. Both exist and in the forest. Well, Pernax. There's the flashback. Pernax almost able to get out, but Flashback's going to arrive. So Pernax will drop Bruce is here to make up the gap.
Yeah, we're students who run on UC Berkeley. We're most of us are engineers, that's not strictly true. Most of us are engineers, we're pretty good across all the engineers.
The hope is here, Forrest, able to pick up another one. Grips, no, he can't do it. And Forrest, the last man left standing. Get right.
You have no idea how much work it takes to run this competition. We started playing this competition 14 months ago.
Bombs down at B, so
before the last competition even ended.
They all overlap.
Just a bit. So what we have to do is we have to decide what the game is. We have to figure out how to get venues like this.
No, there it is.
Then we have to
14th round, the last round of the first half goes
all
the way of
parts of
Fnatic.
support they need. So we build all the parts of the students So the students have to build their robots, but if they build everything from scratch, they have to go get a PhD in electrical engineering. So we give them basic building blocks that they then build robots out of, but those basic building blocks still have to come from somewhere, and we make them.
And again, it's a good close round. They actually had it 2-on-1 with so much damage already down there. Again, frustrating. That's 4, I'll call it even 5 rounds that very easily could have gone the other way. Just a little bit more team approach. They get divided there. I mean,
We change what parts we provide every year to sort of nudge the teams in directions. But the very unique thing is that these teams are incredibly creative about what gets on. You ain't seen nothing yet. This year, the creativity grows. We've seen kitty litter on robots. We've seen wrenches as part of the blueprints, like adjustable wrenches. We've seen spatulas, like you can get out of like IKEA or something. So you ain't seen nothing yet. What? I mean, once it's cool, doesn't matter how cool it is. these are cool, and you know, sort of like sometimes some of the robots have more things that you wouldn't expect on them, but sometimes robots made out of like metal do better. And so, you know, these guys aren't, the high school students aren't in the business of building a robot that's cool for you to look at. They're in the business of building a robot that works.
Nades, flashes, they try and press themselves in the defense here. Well, the spam already, but that's the reason why you pre-exist with a P90, perfect position. Both angles, that completely blinds him because he goes to dodge one of the other
guys. He's put in a lot of work.
But he went to the entire clip and only brought down Crims. And NIP, at least Forrest could go to work. Wants to switch over the weapon, needs to use the pistol, can't do it.
Yeah, believe me, it goes by a lot. It's like the high school students, some work, some of them don't. 7 weeks goes by very fast. So also, if you put your desk here, you need to figure out a way to like brace this pole so you guys don't do that.
Especially when they can get more kills.
We just have to sit looking for JW.
Or can you just like put a 2x4 between here and one loser?
No, we'll just sit forward.
Okay.
I can sit in a chair without like slapping things.
We should get like a sign saying don't touch. I have to get back to work now. We're about to start matching.
Especially when the score is wearing off. Ryber gets another tag out. And the door being close. Fernax has to back up and do more damage on the way out of that. So 21 points still needs to left. Can't find the hole now. He's the best. Exists now to play in that mid. Taking one. Gonna get it. USP coming in time. Diamond's already on the right hand. Has to be one bump for NIP.
Oh! Wait, my bad.
Because this is going to be when Fnatic has not put it on the line. This is the ultimate test for NIP. Is it possible?
You lead one round, you're on the match. 5 AKs come out. 5 flashes that can see. 5 flashes to one.
What are they
And we have a bucket load of match points.
That's the thing. They don't go for that risk. They do lose a lot of guns in the process. Can't really afford to move by here on everyone, so expect the
guy knows that part of the map. He's got spider senses, man. He's got spider senses, and they tingle so hard.
I think they have Wait, that's MSC.
No, he's big right now.
Boy, next to you.
This side. Though JW doesn't choose to drop down, he comes back to the support. One at a time. Get ready. JW bombs go down. They beat Envious, and they did it in a I won't say convincing, long over right here.
Oh, I hear you.
We'd like to be able to see.
I guess, yeah.
So long as we can see. Oh, man. This is so much better view.
I mean, that sound.
You guys comfortable over here?
Yeah, we're good. Hey, guys. Actually, if we could ask you to go the audience up and around. Oh, I'm so sorry.
We're going to sit over here.
Go have a seat. Sorry about that. What happened?
Grant,
What happened?
you can't sit in the only walkway.
You need to focus and settle down.
Okay, go get the microphone from Andrew since I can't really get up. Hey.
Are you helping Yuri?
Yes. Got this.
How's it been going?
What?
How's it been going?
Much better now.
Pretty successful. A couple of non-starters.
Testing. Ah, sweet. So, Brett, what do you think of our new digs?
Definitely a better view. We can actually see all four corners of the match, and there's no one standing in front of us, which is awesome.
Yeah, those dang teams, and they're competing. How dare they get in our way? What a bunch of jerks. Oh, wow, looks like Berkeley High has made some significant revisions to their robot. Oh, wow, I can only imagine. That was a completely different robot, I think it's 2 days ago. So we've got Berkeley High, Team 2 over in the far corner. We've got Team 25 in the closer corner. That looks to be a nom-nom feeding robot. And we have Team 4 in the close far right corner. Looks like a claw.
Very interesting, and this is also, I think, the first tank tread we've seen. Really? Is this all right? Is this all right? All right, cool. So basically, we have to be echoing.
Okay, that sounds good.
But yeah, no, interesting. I think that's the first and only tank tread robot in the competition.
That's the first and only tank tread robot I've ever seen in high. I don't think I've ever actually seen a drive base like that. I don't know what they're trying to do. It should be interesting to see how they compete.
Well, the benefit of tank tread is that you can roll over basically anything, right?
Tanks were well known for being well tanks. I'm not too sure what they're planning on, plowing right through today. They've got the gates they could theoretically climb over, even though they're very easy to open.
I guess the one thing is that if there's a lot of nom-noms on the field, they don't have to worry about getting stuck, because they can just roll over anything.
That's true. I've noticed in the last few matches, a lot of the nom-noms have gotten knocked on the floor and they've just gotten in the way of everyone. Team 14 certainly had some trouble with navigation. Let's see if these guys can do much better.
Yeah, no, getting stuck, getting tipped over is definitely, I think, a big concern, especially with some of the top-heavy robots. You roll over a carrot or an ice cream cone, and you're just going to fall over.
I don't think I've ever heard that sentence uttered before, and I'm not sure if I will again. So,
this works so much better.
Oh God, yes. So discounting the missing robot, who do you think will fare better? Like, if we had just another Team 25 here, who would be the best robot or the best team?
I think it's difficult to say. A lot of it's going to depend on their drive strategies. A lot of it's going to depend on, I think, if autonomous works. Autonomous is a big factor. They've changed the weight of it though. It used to be 100 points for failure to leave. Now it's 10. What's the point total for? Can you just go over the various point totals? What's a piece worth on the ground? What's a piece worth on a table, etc.
Absolutely. A piece on the ground is actually worth nothing, and if you have too many on the ground at any one point, you incur a penalty for your team. Each piece that is placed on the metal table in the back is worth 3 points, and that cannot be disrupted by the opposing team. Each piece put on a table that is flipped right side up is worth 5 points. So that 10 points is worth 2 pieces, and as we've seen, that is not a trivial task for a team to carry out.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Are there any points associated with flipping over the tables?
Only in autonomous. During teleoperation, there is no bonus for actually scoring. Oh, and it looks like we are about to start our matches. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, go!
And we haven't quite gotten teleoperated started yet. Awkward.
Ooh, unfortunate. So it looks like we've had a communication error between the Berkeley High controller and the field. That's okay, Berkeley. You tried. It's all right.
In case you can't tell, Big Max has worked extensively with Berkeley High.
Oh goodness, yes. Oh yes. So, tell me, what do you think of Berkeley High's robot? Give me your honest answer.
I'm afraid of tank treads. We once tried using them. All right, we've got autonomous mode started. It looks like Team 25 has successfully, looks like they're going to successfully do a table flip. And that's a successful table flip. Berkeley High's autonomous mode has not activated, it doesn't look like. This is going to be a one-on-one match.
Yes, and it looks like that is a successful teleout. Oh, are they doing line falling? If they can hit that button, that is a lot of points that they can get onto their side. And unfortunately, it looks like the robot wasn't able to handle hitting the turntable. So, it looks like now we have, and we're into teleop. Berkeley High is lumbering forward in the tremendous gate, and it looks like they're going to be going straight for the nom-noms. Team 25 is pulling their field over. Oh, I see what they're trying to do. They want to push the nom-noms directly onto their table. That's very clever.
Yeah, that's a very high reward strategy if they can pull it off. It might be a little difficult to do just to get enough energy into those nom-noms. Looks like Berkeley High is kind of confused between which target they'd like to do. Looks like they're interested in flipping over that table.
You can actually see parts of Berkeley High's tread is falling off. It looks like they're having some issue with manipulation, and Team 25 is now going for the motion. Oh, I'm liking this. Oh,
that is an incredible. That's a huge haul. It looks like something on the order of maybe 6 pieces. They're getting that onto the high table with a conveyor belt. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces they got onto the high table.
That is 15 points, and they haven't even gotten 2 of them. They're stuck, and now they're going to put them on the lower table, or nope, they're going again for the high one.
Yeah, it looks like Berkeley High, they've sustained some damage. They're driving in circles. That's the tread damage, right? There are pieces that have fallen off onto the field. That's 2 points onto the low table. Or 2 pieces. That's 10 points. That's an incredibly high score.
Team 25 is tearing it up, and Berkeley High, well, they're tearing themselves up. Unfortunately, that tread just isn't working, and the match is coming closely to an end. Team 25 is going for another load. Oh, I can only imagine the score, though, Gabe. Oh, wow, that's devastating.
That looks like 4 pieces they've gotten onto their whatchamacall.
The tread, I believe that's a treadmill. It's very interesting. They're using it so that the low side of the treadmill goes onto the table and the high side goes onto the upper table. It's very clever. Oh, wow, that's devastating.
That's another 3 pieces onto the low table, and that's match end. At a quick look, that's 5 points, so 25 points plus another 5 times 3, 15, 40 points.
Plus autonomous.
Plus autonomous doesn't get. Oh yes, because they flip the table in autonomous.
Flip the table, and they also you also get points for hitting each button in autonomous. If you get you get 10 points for hitting the metal table button.
Team numbers of schools.
Sure.
You get 10 points for hitting the green button on the metal table, but only if you are the only one to hit it. If both teams hit the button, it's the side that ends up with the arrow on their side. You also get 10 points for hitting the buttons on the side of the wall. So that is, and I believe, let me double check with the head rep how much it's worth for flipping a table.
Berkeley High is cleaning up the detritus from their wheels. I don't know if they'll be able to fix that. Hopefully they will, because it's a very ambitious design. It would be a shame to see that not pay off.
You're absolutely right, and this looked like a devastating win for, let's see, Team 25. I would be very surprised if they don't get into the top rankings.
Yeah, that's, I think, 50, on the order of 50 points. That's the highest score we've seen today. Even for a team, for two robots acting, for a single robot, I think that's the highest we've seen, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. That was just a tremendous amount of points. I'll be surprised if we see that again from an alliance, to be honest. Team 25 is looking like a favorite pick. Although, let's not let that get them too cocky. They rely very heavily on those tables. And if one team got onto their side and flipped that table over, they would lose it all.
Yeah, no. Offensive play is definitely something to consider against Team 25. Because if you leave those tables alone, they're so devastatingly accurate with those with that conveyor belt.
You're absolutely right. So let's look at the teams that we have right now. We have Team 15, Knoll Valley. Team can't read their number. Team 6.
Team 8.
Team 8. That's my mistake. That would be Bishop O'Dowd and Team. I can't read your number either. Any chance of seeing that?
I can't see that team number either.
Hey Max, what team number are they? What happened?
Team number 3.
Karate chopped, and then yeah, that happened.
Oh, your lens popped out? I'm pretty good with that.
Team number 3 is in the side closest to the audience, and I guess that leaves team number 29, Realm, which is the red robot. Or the robot with the red fur, rather.
That's a very flamboyant style. I'm liking it. It's eye-catching. It intimidates the opponents. Like, they're not sure. Do I want to go? Do I not want to go?
Actually, looking from here, it seems like they've got teeth and eyebrows on it. I think it's supposed to be a monster of some sort.
Oh, of course. That's a good name. That's a good one. I'm pretty sure there's a nickname associated with that, but it's just not coming to me out. Are those zip-tie teeth? Oh, I'm loving it.
A lot of use of zip ties. Flexible, easily attached, excellent components for exerting just a little bit of force.
Absolutely, especially this year. Since the game pieces are random, you can't just use a rigid structure to feed in your balls and know exactly what they're going to be like. You have to use random, soft, malleable materials to be able to get these completely randomly shaped pieces. This is a very challenging game, and I'm really loving how the teams have stepped up to appreciate it.
Yeah, looks like we're just about to get set up. Robots should be on and connected right now.
Yes, it does appear to be the case, although there appears to be some sort of delay. Waiting to go ahead from field control and count us down. In the meantime, who's your favorite?
I have no favorites. I am an impartial judge. I will say that the team number 29 is getting some bonus points to me just because they've gone through so much effort in designing decorating their robot. It's very neat. I have no idea how that's going to affect their functionality, but it's always nice to see a little bit of attention paid to aesthetics.
I agree. It's a team effort. Everyone's putting a lot of effort into this, and it just goes to show that a lot of people, they put a lot of love into these robots too. It's obvious that that's the sort of thing that they do care about. So, Team 15. I have no idea how that robot works. You got any ideas?
Yeah, Team 15 looks like a sweeper bot. That's an actuated brush, and it looks to be. Is that entire thing move up and down, perhaps? It also looks like there's a conveyor belt of some sort in the chassis. Kind of difficult to tell from here.
Yeah, it's as far as I can tell, just a factory on wheels. That thing is devastating. Although a little bit top heavy, so they're not gonna be able to move around too much, but they're gonna be scoring a lot of points. So it looks like something quicker and more nimble, like our Team 3 robot here, or our opposite Team 29. If Team 15 just goes around and scores points on the low tables, they're going to have a lot of trouble with these smaller, more nimble robots that I'm seeing on the other lines.
Yeah, looking at the current lineup, I'm seeing, I think, 2 robots that are designed with table flippers. I believe Team 3 and Team 8 have table flipper mechanisms. It's difficult to tell with all the decoration on Team 3. All right, we're getting the thumbs up, so the match is going to begin autonomous mode in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, autonomous. All right, and we've got motion from Team 3 and from Robot 3. That's the only motion. Blue failed to move. Looks like we're going to get some attempted scoring, although it's rotating in the wrong direction. Oh, wait, there we go.
Unfortunately, Team 29 has a little bit of slack in the actuator, and it's hitting the table. Very unfortunate for them. You can see a lot of points from them otherwise, but I think that we're just going to have to accept that. Now, Team 3, and it looks like we're off to the races with the teleop. Team 15 has not moved. That is unfortunate. I believe they have lost communication with their robot. Oh, never mind. I'm getting the heads up that is just the case for their robot. Good luck to them in the future. Oh, Team 29, popping a wheelie. Let's see how that handles them. I'm guessing not so great.
Yeah, it looks like Team 3 is actually successfully has deposited a strawberry. That's a very interesting. I've not seen that before. It's a claw. It just picks things up and grabs it one by one.
Yeah, it actually appears to be working quite well in this case. I think they added that tab onto the left for the sake of table flipping, but that doesn't seem to be a big issue here. Team 15 unable to move. I think they're more worried about just getting what points they can and getting out. They should be able to do fairly well. A win actually does help your rankings more than just getting more points.
Yeah, it looks like Team 29 has managed to fix their sagging issue. They were able to brush some things off. I don't think they were able to get it onto their robot, though.
Yes, unfortunately, the food fell in between the turntable and the robot. So now Team 29 is just sadly looking at the food that is dropped on the ground.
Team number 8 has some sort of like steam shovel design. Looks like that's designed to pick up things on the central table. They seem to be having some trouble actuating it or turning from one of the team members.
Yes, I think I just heard "I can't turn" shouted by teammates' driver, so that's unfortunate for them. But Steam Shovel Willie should be able to get along. Looks like Team 3, the Claw, is working just fine, scoring up those points one at a time.
Yeah, that's a slow and steady approach. The dump truck designs are faster, but you know if that fails, you're in a bad place. It looks like Team 3 is very reliably just picking it up, dropping it. They didn't manage to drop that last piece in time. Match has ended.
I'm going to have to go ahead and give this one to Team Yellow already, what with being able to move it autonomous as well as scoring actual points. Team 15 is unfortunately catatonic, and Team 8 unfortunately couldn't move. That's a darn shame. Team 29, I think if you guys work on your actuator a little bit, you should have more success during your autonomous. And Team 3, you guys keep on trucking.
Yeah, that's a very interesting design decision. I wonder if they ever had a point during the design process where they looked around and said, well, we don't want to do what everyone else is doing because it's an entirely unique mechanism that they've designed there.
I saw one other claw robot during scrimmage, but I think things are okay.
-1 gold team, -20 blue team.
-1?
-1 gold team, -20 blue team.
So the final score is -1 gold team, -20 blue team. So that is a gold team win. I guess the -1 was because of the failure to move in autonomous mode with their teammates.
I think it's that in addition to the minus points from the food dropped by Team 29. If I'm not mistaken, I think they incurred a penalty there.
I think they had more than 5,
Yeah, the ultimate the reason for the penalty for food on the ground is that there was more than 5 pieces of food on the floor. It does not pay to be a messy eater in this competition. If you're gonna move food, you need to move it onto a table, onto your robot. Dropping food is worse than not interacting with it at all. That's an interesting risk-reward dynamic. You know, there's no sense in just randomly smashing food to the floor, unlike in the scrimmage match where the rules of the game were a little bit different. All right, we've got all 4 robots onto the field. Looks like we've got Team 18, which is Cal Prep. We've got Team 24, which is Lighthouse. These are Gold Team. Blue Team is ACLC, Team 17, and Balboa, Team 19. That's Blue Team.
I'm really liking Team 18's sleek, fast design. This is a very tight field with a lot going on, and you need to be able to get back and forth between these different points fast. Now let's see if they can do anything once they're there.
Yeah, no, Team 18 definitely has, I think, one of the smallest profiles we've seen so far. That's directly contrasted with CLC, which has a fairly large profile. Robots are on and connected. Looks like a very complicated grabber design on Team 24. That looks like a Vex claw, just a purchase kit part.
Absolutely, the Vex kit comes with a pre-assembled claw that can close like that. Unfortunately, it's rather small relative to the game pieces we're using, so I don't know if it's the optimal thing to use here. Now, if they've gotten it to work for them, all the more power to them. I'm a bit apprehensive.
Yeah, claw designs are good because they're nimble. It's very easy to pick something up if you've got a lot of range of motion. The downside is you can only really do one thing at a time, and if you fail to get a good grip on these irregularly shaped pieces, you're going to have a really hard time scoring points.
Absolutely. Last game, the soft claw was, I think, very clever because they're using big pieces of very soft foam, so we can just malleably form to the shape of the claw, of the piece that they're grabbing.
All right, looks like we're getting the thumbs up. Thumbs up. All right, so match is going to begin in autonomous mode in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Autonomous mode begins. We've got motion from 18, CLC, and Balboa. Yellow team moved but was not able to get out of their box. Looks like Balboa is trying to score on the table but was unable to. That's the end of motion. No attempts to flip tables or hit those buttons.
Yes, it looks like a lot of teams are having some trouble turning on the carpet. Turning is very tricky because it depends on how dirty the carpet is. This is a newer carpet, so I'm not sure if the teams are too familiar with it. And we're into the teleoperation. 18 is whizzing around, trying to get something done. I'm not too sure what. Oh, they're going straight to the turntable. It looks like Team 19 is stuck. I'm not sure what, if they've lost control. And it looks like Lighthouse, Team 24, is trying to flip a table. All right, go for it, Lighthouse. Team 18 is moving on, trying to score some points, but they can't get their claw open. It looks like they're just trying to angle themselves in just the right spot. Ah, there we go. If they were to hit the button, they would be able to turn the turntable.
All right, that's a successful gathering of 2 pieces by Team 18. They're going to have to get stuff onto the low table or the high table. Their teammate 24 has successfully moved things. CLC has around 6 pieces in their batch, but they don't have anywhere to put it.
Yes, it looks like they've got a belt, a conveyor belt, on a pivot so that they can actually turn it to the height that they want it to. Unfortunately, it's a little bit slow. Team 19, it looks like they're going to try and get their miracle actuator to work. And are they going? Are they going? Oh, unfortunately, they're stuck. Looks like they're having some mechanical issues. And there we go. Oh, and they're just going to wait there, poised, waiting. And it looks like, 24's got another one flipped. ACLC has lowered their belt too far so they can't actually put the food onto the thing. Okay, so 18 has deposited some food, but unfortunately they dropped their food last time. 19 has collected 2 pieces of food, and they're now trying to get across. And the 24 has hit the button, but they're not going across for some reason.
Yeah, it looks like the inability to put things onto the low table because it hasn't been flipped is really hurting CLC. They're unable to get their conveyor belt up to the high tables level.
Looks like Team 19's got a nice little actuation. They're very close, but they're just a little bit too low to place it onto that table. Let's see, 24 looks a little bit lost. They're trying to get a piece there.
They've successfully grabbed a lemon, it looks like. They've got that piece. Unfortunately, the game has just ended, so they're unable to score. Is a piece in the hand worth anything?
Only 2 in the bush, but that's not much here.
That's end of game. Looks like the only point scored was by gold team. I don't quite remember. Did all teams leave box or what?
So all teams did indeed leave the box, so we won't be seeing any penalties there. Unfortunately, I don't think any of them were able to successfully score during the autonomous. Team 19 looked like they had a very ambitious autonomous code, but it just didn't work out. It looks like a little bit too much dead reckoning and not enough autonomous control. They need something like line following to ensure that they won't fall prey to a wrong turn at the beginning that would screw them up like that. So, let's see. I'm not sure who to give this to. Team ACLC had good going, but they just dropped too much food, and I don't think they were able to score any of it.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a penalty for the amount of food that they left on the field. On the other hand, Gold Team did have a failure to leave the box fully, I think. Team 24, I believe, activated during autonomous mode, but did not fully leave the square.
This is correct. Unfortunately, Team 24 ran into the wall and wasn't able to drive any further. Looks like Team 18 is showing off a little bit. That nimble frame is very quick. Let's see. So the penalty for dropping food on the floor is actually a little bit strange. It's only incurred if you ever drop more than 5 pieces. Additionally, it's also it's only ever worth the max number of pieces of food you drop on the floor at any one time. So if you drop, say, 10 pieces of food on the floor throughout a match, but you only ever have 2 on the field at any one time, you only lose 2 points. Looks like we're getting the final score now, and
Negative 15, blue 16 gold.
And it looks like gold got 16 points while blue got negative 15. Yeah, that penalty was devastating for blue.
So the way it works is if you don't move out here. Alright. So if you don't move out for autonomous mode, entirely out of the score, that's minus 10 points. And then for every nominal above 5, it's a 5-point penalty. And it's the maximum number. So if you have 8, then you only end up getting, or 8 is the maximum on the ground the whole match. You only end up getting 3 penalties, even if you reach 7 later.
Thank you very much for that. That helps clear up a fair amount of the rules. Okay, so it looks like, here we are. Now in the opposite corner, I can't make out their number, but I know that robot. There it is, Team 13. That is a terrifyingly large robot, Head Royce. They did extremely well in years past using Vex before Vex was standardized. And let's see if that experience will pay off for them. They have a very competent robot, so that whole thing moves up by a 4-bar linkage. It feeds food, it flips tables, it's got it all, but it's slow.
All right, yeah, and then it looks like their teammate is Team 27, San Lorenzo. Looks to be a sweeper robot with a number of wheels, I think probably for table flipping. On the gold team, we've got Team 16, Ralph Bunche. Team 14, Oakland Tech, is connected. It looks like a elevator box, probably for sweeping things off the central table and then depositing them. Looks like Ralph Bunche has not appeared, still working the robot. We're getting the thumbs up to start the match. So match begins autonomous mode in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin autonomous. All right, so that's motion from gold team and blue team. Looks like San Lorenzo's unable to move, so that's going to be a 10-point penalty. Looks like Head Royce tried to score with the table but did not.
Yes, it looks like they tried to flip a table, but their actuator never actually went up. I'm not sure what happened there. Must be some miscommunication. Anyway, that 10-point penalty from team, what was it again?
That's San Lorenzo.
San Lorenzo, thank you, was unable to score points. Oh wow, that is a very nimble robot that San Lorenzo has, and they're eating it up. They're going right to the turntable, and they're just gonna eat. Team 14. So I saw the robot work during scrimmage, and that top half of the box actually slides out, lets food roll into it, and then it pulls it back into the box. It's a very interesting mechanism, but I haven't been able to see them get it work today, which is unfortunate. Team 13, they've got some food sucked up, and it looks like they're going to deposit. Oh, Team 27 is stuck.
Team 27 is rotating with the table. Their gearbox has gotten them stuck. Looks like they're being forced up, and they've actually jammed the table, which is going to be unfortunate for Team 13, which relied on that motion to bring pieces to them. They've got those prongs sticking out that's making them unable to get close enough to score.
Yes, unfortunately, they have beached, and they have jammed the table in place. I don't know if we're going to be able to continue. That's very interesting that the table stops motion when it gets jammed. Oh no, a lot of food dropped onto the floor by Team 13. I don't know if they're going to be able to survive this penalty. But Team 14 hasn't been able to score. It's just going to be really the Blue Alliance playing against themselves this game. See if they can save their points. All right, looks like Team 13. Oh, gorgeous scoring action there. Nicely done. That is a very nicely done actuator.
Yeah, no, very good. The one thing is that it imparts a lot of kinetic energy when it reverses. So, for instance, they just shot an apple off the edge of their metal table, which is unfortunate. But they're pretty reliably picking food up off the floor and scoring. They've got 22 seconds left. They're the only team to have scored. Looks like Team 14 has suffered a communications failure. They haven't moved since the beginning of teleop.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with Team 14. I hope they get that fixed out. I'd love to see that robot working. And I'm just not sure what to do about Team 29. They're just not moving. They really should get that gearbox switched so that they can avoid that in the future.
Yeah, that's the end of the match. Looks like 5 points scored by Head Royce. 15 points total. They had a failure to leave during teleop, so that's going to be a 10-point penalty for 5. Gold team was able to move. Only one robot moved out, so they don't suffer any penalty, but they did not score. So they're going to be at 0. So that's probably going to be a 5-0 final score. We're going to confirm that with the judges. But all in all, a very successful match for Head Royce.
Yes, Head Royce played well, but unfortunately, I think when they knocked all that food off, they hit the 5 food limit, so the penalty might actually put them in the negatives and give the score to the Team 14, who just couldn't move. That just goes to show that this is a very difficult game, and it's very easy to hurt yourself more than help yourself.
Does the penalty kick in if things are dropped on the floor and then picked up?
Yes, it does. So if at any point during the match you have more than 5 food pieces on the floor, you incur a penalty, and that penalty is equal to the maximum number of pieces that you have ever had on the floor once. So a minimum of 5-point penalty.
That is steep.
Yeah, it's real. So during the scrimmage, a lot of the game was much simpler. Just knock the food off the turntable. So a lot of teams just got into their mind to get food off the turntable. But unfortunately, there's a very steep penalty, as we've seen, that goes into it when you just knock the food off and nothing happens. So you have to be able to catch that food and score that food. Otherwise, you do more harm than good.
Very interesting. We didn't see any table flipping in this match. There was only really 2 robots that were able to move, and neither of them really gave that much priority. I do think that Head Royce is able to flip tables. They just didn't see fit to.
So Head Royce is an extremely large robot, so they need a lot of room and able to get that table flipping action going, because they rely on getting a lip underneath the robot and then rolling forward, so they flip the table as they drive forward. Unfortunately, I don't think they had the room with the table that they had given to them, so they decided to just say, go for the points. Now, I'm curious as to see what the score is here, because this would set an interesting precedent that a robot who doesn't hurt itself would win a match more than a robot who tries and does damage.
Last match was 5-0.
Total score 5-0 blue team. So it looks like they weren't heavily penalized for the food on the floor. I guess they didn't hit the 5 piece max.
That's very fortunate. I'm glad to hear that because a team that moves should probably win. El Cerrito has a terrifyingly large robot. That's a chainsaw on a teeny little platform. I'd like to see how it works. Looks like we have Team 3 again. The Claw coming at us again. Let's see it get those consistent points all over again. Team 12. That is. What do you think of Team 12's robot?
It's frightening. I wouldn't want that to be coming towards me in a dark alley. It doesn't look friendly. Let's just say I'm seeing a lot of elastic. I guess that's being used to maybe supplement an off-center center of gravity.
I'm not sure about the elastic. It looks like it's adding tension to particular parts, or maybe it's there to act as a barrier. Oh, I'm sure. It's there to act as a barrier for the food that gets pushed in. So they just have a trough underneath this giant chainsaw of zip ties, and they pull the food into it, and they store it there. Now, this is very interesting, but it only really works if they have a consistent flow of food. Because if they have gaps in that zip tie chain, then they're just going to have gaps in their trough. So they're not going to be able to score as many points as they could. So let's see, Team 20, consistent as always. And Team 3, the Clawbot, always scoring those points. You guys keep going. All right, I'm curious to see how Team 12 does. It's one of the only robots in the field that we haven't actually seen perform before.
Yeah, this is a first match for all these robots, actually. Oh no, that's not true. We've seen Team 3 before. That's that gripper design. Oh, and Team 20. Yes, you're right. So Team 12 is the only one that we haven't seen before. And it looks like LPS Richmond is currently not on the field. We're getting the robots on and connected sign. Hopefully no communications failures in this match.
Flashing lights are good here, so it looks like we have 2 robots fully connected, and we're currently waiting for Team 3. So, what do you think is the easiest nom-nom to handle?
I would say that the thin flat ones, so the chocolate bar, looks like a patty of some sort, because the thing about those is that they don't roll. You've got an egg, you've got an orange. If you hit that thing with too much kinetic energy, it's going to roll right off the table, and there's nothing you can do about it. Very uncooperative.
You're absolutely right, but those flat ones are hard to grab. But if you can get them onto a table, they're not going anywhere. So, what sort of match do you think we'll see?
Well, we've seen the actions of Team 3. They're going to be going piece by piece. So that's going to be a very steady match. Looks like we're getting the thumbs up to start. So we're going to be starting autonomous mode in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Autonomous mode start. We're getting motion from blue team, and that's it. Looks like gold team isn't moving. That's going to hurt them. They've got 2 robots that aren't leaving versus 1 robot that's not leaving on blue team. So they're getting an advantage from not having their teammate. Looks like they are trying to move, they're just stuck.
So I think I understand their robot now. It's actually an elevator. This massive chainsaw mechanism is sitting on a massive elevator, and they turn it like a scissor lift to lift and lower. Unfortunately, they started in the up position, and it was way too top heavy for their driving, and they're stuck.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to fall over if they get off that wall. So we don't have motion from Team 20. We've got an attempt to flip a table by Team 3.
Team 3, unfortunately, actually, their flipper was so thin it got underneath the tape of the field and started to peel it up. So now, it looks like they're trying. Oh, they backed up too much. They're still trying to flip that table. Oh, you can do it. You can do it, 3. I believe in you. Too much. Just go for the consistent points. Team 20 is unfortunately had a communication issue and they just can't move. So Team 3, reliable Team 3, is going to knock the food onto the floor, avoid the penalty, and pick it up and put it on the table. Like, this is just what you need to do to score. You just have to score points. It's so easy to get into your mind that you have to have these big, complicated, massive chainsaw mechanisms. But if you see something like a claw that just works, it's beautiful. You score points. And that's a lot. Oh, they're getting very close to that cap, but only 4 pieces.
Yeah, it looks like El Cerrito is just tipped over. They're a rear-wheel drive robot, and the rear wheels are in the air. That is a bad combination for attempting to move forward. Very top-heavy, very forward-heavy. They're going to want to probably put some weight on the back of their robots so they don't fall over again.
And here we go, Team 3, scoring the points. Yep, that's just well done. I think if they were actually get a much faster robot and get some practice on the practice field, they could be a high-scoring robot in the 20s or so. And that's nothing. And that's not nothing.
Yeah, no, they would work very well paired with a robot that was capable of flipping a table. Because they can pretty consistently put a piece wherever they want it. It's just an unfortunate fact that they don't have any low tables to put it on. Their only option is the high table, which is only 3 points versus the 5 points for a low table.
Yes, we saw them going to flip the table. Oh, they dropped the food. And the match has ended. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, so even though Gold Team scored 4 times versus the 0 times for Blue Team, both of the robots failed to operate in teleoperated mode, so that's going to be a 20-point penalty. So although they're going to get 12 points for the table for the food on the high table, that 20-point loss is overwhelming the 10-point loss for Blue Team.
If you don't leave, or if you don't leave any at all, or if you don't leave everything, you have to leave entirely.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Okay, and looks like they're tallying up the score, and it's yellow. Team 3 consistently scoring the points has put themselves in a solid position.
-10 blue, -8 gold.
It looks like it's -10 blue to -8 gold. A very close game, but gold takes it. Congratulations, gold. Well done. Stop vibrating. It's so long. No, stop.
Max, leave it alone.
I can't touch that. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Be careful. Don't touch the camera. She's sensitive. Okay, it looks like they're setting up the field again, and we've got the Monster Bot back in action. Team 29. All right, let's see. Do we have anyone else coming up yet? Nope, just Team 29, and very eager to play. Oh, and we have ACLC. I'm liking that touch with the A-frame constructing the A of the ACLC. So, Grant, please sit with me and mind the bar behind you. It's a bit touchy.
Yo.
So, Grant, how's it? How's reffing? Tell me about it.
It's pretty okay.
It's pretty okay. Well, man, words of wisdom come from Grant. So, what's the most egregious violation of rules that we've had so far today?
We haven't really had any big ones. The biggest one was probably getting stuck on the turntable and making it basically stop.
Do they get penalized for that, or is it just a stop turntable?
They get penalized.
How many points do they lose for stopping the turntable?
Their robot gets shut off.
Oh, that's pretty bad. That's a rough penalty. So, tell me, which robots did you expect to see when you were designing this game? Because I do understand you were one of the designers for it.
Yes, I was expecting to see a lot of robots similar to Team 13, but I don't know. There's a lot of different robots, and it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I think it's very impressive that we've seen so many comprehensive actuators today. So, what's your favorite? Come on, you gotta have one.
One of them that is a robot.
Really? Oh, you got to give me more than that, G-Man. Welcome back, Red, to the caster's desk. So, are you ready for a play? Oh, there it is. So I've seen that at scrimmage. That's a very impressive actuator. Team 26, instead of flipping the table, actually grabs it and twists it over. Do you see that?
That's very interesting. That's going to be a very high torque action. So they probably got quite the gearbox on there. I can see some gears. I guess that's all Vex pre-made.
Yes, all the gears that you see here are Vex pre-made. They're very useful to work with because they match up perfectly with that hole pattern, so you don't have to worry about the meshing. And I've actually looked at that robot more closely. That has 2 gearboxes on it. You can see the first gear outside, that is 1 servo motor, and the second one is actually a second motor whose only job is just to lift up the other one so it has enough torque.
Very interesting. That's a totally unique design that they've got going on, which is it's always cool to see something that we haven't seen before. Looks like Team 32 Community Day is not yet on. So we're going to be starting the round in autonomous in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Autonomous begins. We've got motion on all 3 robots. Gold team has completely left, so has blue. No penalties.
Monsterbot, let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they fix that sagging issue on their actuator. And if they do, they can score a decent number of points. And, it's so unfortunate. I don't know how they're going to be able to fix that. And Team 26 tried to go for the table, but unfortunately wasn't able to grab it. ACLC has gone for not losing the 10 points, and I like that. Team 29 still going for it, and we're into the teleop. Team 26, never mind. It looks like it was just an error. Match has been paused by field control. We were waiting for explanation, and we are good to go, and we are on for teleop. Team 29 already flipping onto its back wheels. If it puts that lever arm out front and backs up, it should be able to flip forward. There you go, nicely done. That's a loose battery. That's going to be real bad. You're going to have to go back to inspection for that.
Is that a penalty? Is that going to be a point penalty or just a reinspection?
It's just going to be a reinspection. They just have to, but the act of being inspected is very arduous. And it looks like, see, they're going for that flip. They just can't get a tight enough grip. Looks like they need more help on that pinch. And Team 17 ACLC has gotten a lot of food onto the floor, but they haven't been able to eat it up yet. They've got 1 drumstick that they could score.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's 5 pieces on the ground, so that is going to be a 5-point penalty. Looks like 26 just isn't able to get enough torque again.
It doesn't appear to be a problem of the controller's torque. It appears to be that there's not a tight enough pinch on there so that they don't have enough leverage with their mechanism. It's very finicky.
We have a successful score by CLC. They finally fixed that the conveyor belt design, so now they're going to be able to pick up some food off the ground. That's a very slow belt is the one issue.
Yes, I agree. I think the main issue is that they can't use anything too powerful gearing-wise because the whole belt has to be able to move, which is tricky. Team 26 is looking to score some points off the turntable. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, looks like they're priming themselves for getting that food. CLC has put a huge amount of food in a very dense location. Looks like they dropped the corn cob somewhere. I don't actually know. I guess it's behind that table.
It looks like, yes, it has rolled behind the table, and unfortunately they've only just scored those points. But those points are enough because Team 29 has actually been disabled for having a loose battery. So we now know the penalty for that. That is very serious. You can't keep doing that each match. You'll lose too much. And the match is ended. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, so this looks like it's going to be another match where how many penalty points you got decides who wins. CLC scored 3 points, but unfortunately they lost 5 points when they knocked 5 pieces of food onto the floor. So it remains to be seen, but I do think that's going to give the match over to blue, although I'm waiting for word from the judges.
3-0 gold.
Gold one.
3-0 gold, so that penalty didn't happen, or wasn't enough.
Didn't they get a 5-point penalty for dropping food?
They only have 5.
You have to get more than 5.
Yeah, more than 5.
So a clarification on the rules, it's actually more than 5. So 6 pieces and above, you get a penalty. 5 pieces is still within the acceptable limit, so they did not get that penalty for a final victory, 3-0.
Skirting with danger there, though. They can't keep that up. I think they need to work on getting that and consistently feeding the food straight into the robot and not onto the floor. Otherwise, they're going to have to gamble with losing those points every match, and that's something you can't keep up consistently for a good ranking. All right, and let's see who are our next contestants. Red, do you happen to know? Okay.
What?
It's because he's closer. Okay, and it looks like we are now moving on to the next match. and I'm not too sure who's going to be competing. It looks like a pretty straightforward match, though. Milk carton, a lot of apple pieces, nothing too hard to pick up for the 8 teams. So we shouldn't see any of the food pieces be any complications. So, Red, tell me, what do you think of the actuated gates? Like, how big of a gameplay element do you think they're going to be later?
I imagine that those are going to be a bigger element later in the competition. I haven't seen any robots actually go onto the other side. People have been just focused on doing their own scoring.
I think once alliances become a thing and teams start having to consistently score against one another, you might actually see robots focused on just disrupting that score. And it looks like we've got a chant. Nice and done. Oh, no. Don't do that to us. Okay, it looks like we have 2 new robots I haven't seen. Nope, that's Team 15. Hopefully they fixed their issues.
Yeah, it looks like some twine on team number 1. That's Albany. I guess that's doing some tensioning. Yeah, because that doesn't look like a drive piece of twine. It's just tensioning.
And we see Team 24 again. Let's see if they're able to flip a table this time. I imagine they'll be able to, though. It shouldn't be too much complication. Looks like we're doing some inspection of a mechanical failure on the field. That'll have to be fixed at a later date.
You said something about the turntable catches.
Yes, we know.
Wait, what?
Turntable catches on the field, on the wall. It just looks bad because it just kind of flicks it. Okay. So now moving on, let's see. We have Team 15, Team 1, and Team 24. Discounting the fact that Team 24 is missing a partner, who's your favorite for this match?
I don't quite remember the actions, so I'm gonna have to hold off on that until I see them actually move. I like the smooth pieces on Robot 1. That's got a very high build quality. Always nice to see. There's some very well machined parts. Those like the cow catcher sort of element, very clean. If I remember correctly, team number 2 or number 24 has some pretty cool action on their, I think, flipper. Although it's been a while, I can't quite remember.
If I remember correctly, Team 24 just places down a piece of sheet metal and flips it, but it's very simple and very consistent. We weren't able to see Team 15 last match because they weren't able to move, so let's see if they've been able to fix those issues since. And Team 1, if I remember correctly, was the team that was pinned by their own teammate, Team 14. Let's see how they handle it this time. It's a nice day today, isn't it, Red? Yep. We're aware of it. We're fixing it.
If someone could deliver that pitcher of water by the right side door to the announcer's table, that'd be great. If anyone's listening to this.
Yeah. Hey, Charlie. Hey, Charlie. How's it going? Could you do me a favor? Well, first off, how you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Glad to hear it, Charlie. It's good to hear. Second, you see that pitcher of water right there next to the entrance?
Yeah, would you like it?
I would love it. I would love it so much. So, it's a nice day. It was cold and rainy this morning, but it seems to have picked up.
Yeah, no, you can actually see the bay from the cafeteria, which is a pretty cool view.
Yeah, I walked past there. I didn't expect to see anything, but bam, it just hit me. LHS is just such a gorgeous place to work. Thank you so much, Charlie. You're a treat. All right, excuse us while we take a quick water break. Okay, it looks like we're all set up. And Rhett, would you care to take the lead?
All right, so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Autonomous begins. Looks like Team 15 has a communications failure again. Team 1 kind of getting confused, but they're out. Oh, they've successfully activated a gate. That's points. Gold team has moved out, so that's going to be a 10-point penalty for 15. But is that 10 points for activating the gate?
Absolutely. Oh, and never mind. I've just got a correction. It's a 5 points for hitting the button. So that is a net loss of 5 points for the Blue Alliance, which is actually quite commendable given that they have an unmoving teammate. And we're off to the teleoperated mode. Let's see if Team 15 is able to move. Nope, they're still having communication issues. Team 24, now they're moving on. Let's see if they're going to go for a table flip. Yeah, it looks to be the case. And Team 1 already got it. Nicely done, Team 1. All right, now go for it, Team 24. Placing down those prongs. Let's see if we can do it.
Yeah, no, they're just going to have to get that underneath the table and give it a good push. I think last time they had a hard time actually getting that final, flipping motion. Team 1, successful table flip from both teams. Now it's just going to be a matter of who can knock the most food on.
It looks like both teams are actually going for a similar strategy of leaving the table right next to the turntable and try to knock the food on. Oh, but first Team 24 wants to go for that flip table. You get more points for it. I'm going to double check with the head ref on that.
Yeah, so Team 1 looks like it's having a hard time actually getting scored. They've got it in a great place. Looks like they're not actually in control anymore. It seems to be having some difficulty driving. That looks like a communications failure again.
I've actually found out it's 10 points just to flip a table. In addition, it's 10 extra points if you flip it during autonomous. Oh, and that's 20 points for Team 24. Nicely done. If they can get some points on there, they could finally end this off quite beautifully. Unfortunately, Team 1 appears to have a communication error, and they're not going to be able to move. They're trying to hit the button, but the claw's just not operating well. Oh, and let's see if they can do it. I'm not sure what that long lever's arm's for. What do you think, Red?
The lever arm is where the claw goes.
Oh, of course. Wait, but the lever arm is not attached to the claw. It's attached to it, but it's not. The claw's not at the end of it. It appears to serve another purpose, maybe for hitting buttons.
Yeah, it definitely could be. We've got 4 seconds left, so it looks like no one's going to get any food off the table. Means we don't have to set up again. That's the end of the match. So I believe Gold Team won this handily just because 15 was unable to leave. So that's a 10-point loss, and then Gold Team also flipped 2 tables. So that's probably going to be 20 points versus negative 10.
20 points. Let's see. So it's 15. Oh, okay. So it appears to be 5. I think it's going to be negative 5 points for Blue Team and 20 points for Yellow Team. Team 24 consistently scoring those points. Nicely done. Again, as we've seen, another consistent robot with a claw, but this time not because of the claw. Just good table flipping and solid driving. Well done by Team 24. Let's see what the score is.
20 to 5.
It is 20 points on the Yellow Alliance to 5 points on the Blue Alliance. All right, nicely done. Thank you all, and good luck to our next competitors. Oh, we are still setting up the field again. We just can't prevent them from doing it.
What's your favorite flavor of ice cream, Max?
It depends on the time of day, but I'll never say no to Rocky Road.
Rocky Road's excellent. My favorite ice cream is actually gelato, cinnamon gelato. Very, very good.
Cinnamon gelato? I didn't take it for someone that fancy, Red. Wow, well, I should have, I guess, but man, that is impressive. So tell me, what makes cinnamon gelato just so good?
Well, it's a very good flavor combination. Goes great with vanilla. Goes great with Irish cream flavored ice cream. Both of these flavors were sold at a gelato place by my house. I'd go to a movie and afterwards go there. It's a great flavor combination. Also, banana and cinnamon gelato.
Oh man!
The place had something on the order of 100, 120 flavors. I think. I don't know. It was amazing. Unfortunately, they closed a little while back.
Oh, that's heartbreaking to hear. You want to go get some gelato afterwards? Commiserate.
Gelato sounds great.
To be honest, it actually does. Something smooth would be wonderful right now. Oh, it looks like the judges are inspecting the tape, just seeing if there are any flaws in it. And let's see, are we good or are we not? It looks like the ref is deciding that we're good. All right, looks like we're going to be continuing on. Go right ahead. Let's see, we've got, it's Team 25 again. Are you ready? I feel like it's so exciting.
Team 25 did very well the last time they were out, right?
Team 25 killed it last time they were out. I'm actually very interested to see how they'll do. I feel so shy talking about them. It's like I'm talking about the popular kid at school. Now, let's watch them flub hilariously.
Looks like Wallenberg isn't out. We've got Team 8 again, and Team 25, or Team 28, NCLC. This is not either of those teams' first time out.
You're absolutely right. It's also the case that neither of these teams are particularly bad. In fact, both of these teams are quite good. Both of them have been able to carry matches on their own without alliance partners, and I think we'll be able to see a very high-scoring match. If they're going to be able to successfully flip tables and score points, I imagine to see something in the 60s this game, and that would definitely put their ranking miles above the next competitor.
Well, I mean, as it is, I think Team 25 has single-handedly scored more points than any other team or alliance in the game so far.
This is correct, so let's see if Team 28 can manage to help them break this record, as I think that Team 25 should be able to do quite well. However, I was watching them testing the other day, and they have a little bit of finicky issues for getting that table to flip. Because the location of the table is actually not precisely placed, it's a little bit random. Oh, and it looks like we're just about to start off. All right, getting the thumbs up, and in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we've got motion from Gold Team, no motion from Blue Team. Looks like 28's stuck on something, or perhaps freaking out because of the line following. That is a successful table flip from 25 in autonomous mode.
So that's 20 points for the table flip, 10 points in autonomous for the table flip, 5 points for hitting the button, and they're hitting the line.
Oh my! This is going to be they've successfully hit both buttons. Incredible.
This is an incredible number of points. Team 25 has scored the max number of points in autonomous mode. That is amazing. And unfortunately, our competitors in the Blue Alliance aren't quite doing so well. Unfortunately, they are having communication issues, and I don't know if they're going to be able to move. Team 28 seems to have a failure of their wheel, so they can't move. However, Team 25 seems to have this handily. Okay, so let's see if they can score those points. All right, they're prepping, they're going, and they're ready. Oh, just got to get just right. And it's like a golf shot. They got to do it all at once. Those big sweeper robots have to be perfect.
Looks like they're actually having a little bit of trouble. If I'm seeing this correctly, the zip ties may be caught on part of the robot. It's actually unable to rotate. I'm seeing the motor struggle.
Oh, I see what you mean. I think you're absolutely right. They're stuck. Let's see if they can turn it the opposite direction and then back towards it. They might be able to get it, but oh man, it looks like teammate is. Oh, they tried to get some points, and now they're pushing them away. All right, try again, teammate. You can do it. All right, quickly and strike. Yes, go. Yes. Points to teammate. All right, let's see them get some stuff on the board. Team 25 is still going for it. Let's see if they can successfully get those points. All right, come on, Team 25, get those points on. Team 28, everyone's having mechanical issues except Teammate. Oh no, Team 28! Teammate, how could you do this to me? You had such promise, such hope.
Yeah, looks like there's a... Team 25 is just going for the reliable points on flipping it. Their arm is stuck on the white zip ties that are supposed to keep things from falling off the end of their treadmill. That's unfortunate, and I guess they're going to have to fix that by trimming those ties or maybe strengthening the motor that turns it.
I think you're absolutely right. So Team 25, capable of scoring an incredible number of points, especially in autonomous, but they still need to work on those consistency issues for that arm. Team 8.
They've successfully freed their arm with 1 second left. Unfortunate. So that's the end of the game. That's going to be entirely decided in the autonomous mode. I don't think there's any way that Gold Team failed to win just with the incredible performance of Team 25.
Yeah, that was an incredible score. I think that's the max number. That's 5, 10 for these 5 for the first button, 10 for the second button, 20 for the table flip, for 10 in autonomous, 10 plus Elliot. Oh, I've got a judge coming over here to correct me. Hi, Charlie. How you doing?
So it's 5 points for hitting the gate, 10 points for hitting the turntable button, or the Lazy Susan, as we like to call it, and 15 for flipping the table in autonomous.
Let me get this straight. The button for the Lazy Susan turntable is called the Lazy Susan. Would you care to share with me who made that decision, Charlie?
That would be us.
You did, collectively. Okay, well, I'm just going to accept this and move on.
But wait, Lazy Susan's manual turning.
What's the final score?
40 to -10.
The final score, 40 to -10, entirely scored by Team 25. That's just really impressive.
That was a very impressive autonomous. I can see that taking them very far. All right, now let's see. Oh, Team 3, keep on trucking. You keep scoring those points and you keep winning. Team 19, if they've been able to fix the mechanical issues, should be very impressive this time. And Team 29, if they can stay on their wheels, they'll do quite well.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've gotten pretty consistent failures to communicate on blue side. Do you think it could be possible that it's part of the field?
I wouldn't rule it out, but at the same time, a lot of the failures have been simple things like controllers needing to be cycled in power, controllers out of battery life, very small things. I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm really not too familiar with the nuances. But if there is a side to give advantage to, I agree with you. Team Gold has always been doing a little bit better than Team Blue.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Looks like El Cerrito's back. See if they managed to fix their overbalancing issues. Looks like they strapped something heavy onto the back, so that's probably going to help them out.
It looks like, in addition, they've also added casters to the front of their robot so that they can actually just rely on those for weight when they're driving and accelerating. Now, I'm assuming that their robot can lift and lower that large mechanism, which is why they've got it on that large scissor lift. But I'm not sure if they're going to be able to. I'm just confused as to why they're keeping it that height. Maybe the scissor lift isn't working and they're just trying to go for points when they can. I'm not sure. What do you think?
I think it's pretty likely that that's what it's at. It may be that they can't backdrive the motors, and so without the ability to just turn it on, they just haven't been able to adjust the height, or maybe it's stuck there.
That could be true. It can go either way. In this case, a lot of robots just aren't finished. Teams have had to make modifications, things have broken, parts have been missing, and they've been. Oh, I'm getting the heads up. All right, so let's get ready in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we've got successful motion from Team 19. Looks like they've actually got line following working. Team 29 also left. We've got motion from blue team, but none of them managed to completely clear their squares, unfortunately. So that's going to be a 20-point penalty to both teams. Although it looks like 29 might be able to just rotate their way out. No, they're still stuck in there.
Team 29, looks like they fixed their sagging issue. Let's see if we can score them some points this time. Team 3 has unfortunately failed to leave the box to teleop, and that gives yellow a solid 20-point advantage. Okay.
Yeah, looks like 29 successfully fixed their, looks like they overcompensated. Now their thing is going a little too high. Oh no, it's got teeth. So they've been knocking stuff on the floor. They haven't been able to pick it up. I think they may be over the 5-point maximum.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, unfortunately, that is a 6-point penalty. Oh, yes. Looks like Team 3 has actually, every time they've tried to flip a table, they've actually put their flipper underneath the tape and tried to pull the carpet off the floor. So I think if they were to dull their edge rather than sharpen it, they would get some. Oh, see, El Cerrito has moved. They're elevating, and they just need to turn. Now, if they can move, unfortunately, it looks like their actuation isn't working. And Team 29 scores points. All right, so it's going to be a slow-scoring match this game. So it looks like can 29 overcome their not match to Team 29 to score enough points and not lose enough points to just keep winning this match. Unfortunately, while they didn't close a penalty, they're dropping food left and right. They have, I think, 8 pieces on the floor right now.
Yeah, that's really going to hurt them. Looks like 19 has a wheel failure. They keep rotating, so they may want to check that out.
Unfortunately, I think 19 has put their drive base way too far to the back, and all the weight is on those casters in the front, so they just don't have the load. Oh, it looks like they're going to try and score 2. All right, you can do it. I believe in you guys. Oh, that's 1. That's 2. Oh, it's just not going on. It's so close. They just need to raise that bar a little bit, and they'll score a lot. Oh.
Yeah, it looks like 29's actually interfering with itself. They're unable to lift their thing entirely. You can see the plexiglass flexing.
Yes, that appears to be the case. They're actually using a screen door by the looks of it. Very clever. Good use of materials. And the match has ended. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, it looks like looks like blue team scored more, but they both failed to operate in autonomous. So that 20-point gap is insurmountable. I believe this is going to be another gold victory.
I don't know. I think I only see two food pieces to 4 on the opposite side, as well as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces of food on the floor for the opposite team. That is going to be a very hefty penalty. So between 6, 8, 14 versus 20, I don't know. It might be I'm missing a penalty, but I'm pretty sure you're right about blue team just being too far behind for not moving during autonomous.
Yeah, autonomous is really make or break, especially in low-scoring games.
I think if team... Oh, looks like we're getting the final score now, and it is...
-8 to -14.
-8 on Blue Alliance to -14 on the Gold Alliance. That penalty was devastating.
It's a 1 point per piece of food on the ground?
I believe so. I'll have to double check with one of the judges. Hey, Charlie, how you doing? Hey Charlie, can I ask you some questions about the rules? So, how many points do you lose? We know that the food penalty is incurred once you hit 6, and it's the max number of, it's the most food that you have on the floor at any one time. Is it 1 point per piece of food?
It is -5 points for every nom-nom you have over the 5 nom-nom limit.
Oh, that's devastating. Oh my gosh, that's like 20 points they lost?
Yes.
That is, oh wow, that's 1, 2, 3, 15. Yeah, they lost 15 points today. You really have to be careful not to drop too much food.
Yeah, there's definitely a point at which you have to say, look, it's pretty clear that we're not consistently getting food onto our robot. It's better to just not try to score than to continue giving ourselves these huge penalties.
At that point, if you were a robot driver and let's say you had a working drive base, what would you do?
I would try to go to the other side and interfere with the team. I think that people haven't been doing that. They've been really focused on trying to get their systems working, and that's fair for these early matches. But I think that if you're looking at trying to be the most effective robot you can, there needs to be a point at which you say, "Am I more effective trying to score points myself or interfering with the opposing team?" I think if you're only able to consistently score maybe 1 piece, 2 pieces, and you're dropping a lot, it's better to say, open the gate, go to the other side, prevent them from scoring, especially if you're against a high-scoring team like 25 or 13.
Yeah, I agree completely. 13 and 25. Oh, okay, we're getting the go-ahead, and it is 3, 2, 1, go.
So Head Royce, we saw before with a very impressive performance. Looks like both have successfully exited, so there's going to be no teleop penalty. We've got a successful gate actuation, although it looks kind of stuck.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there, but the gate seems to be all right. It might have something to do with that. Anyway, 5 points for Head Royce. And it looks like Team 1, Albany, is currently just unable to suck up that table to flip it over, which is unfortunate because it looked like they were right on the way. And we're into teleop now, and let's see, Head Royce is already going for that table. It's either going to go for a flip or if they're going to go for points. And Team 1 gets the points. Nicely done, Team 1. That is a quick table flip. It is amazing how consistently they can do that. Oh, it looks like they're having a little trouble with their front left wheel and they're a little bit stuck. Oh, and let's see. Head Royce is going for the table flip, and oh no, they didn't go forward fast enough. They lost grip.
Yeah, no, the issue is that they don't have anything to actually get underneath. They're just using friction, and it tends to slide away from them faster than they're able to deal with it. That eating mechanism is just devastating, though. It's 100% effective. It really is.
Really, anything. Occasionally, they lose the ability to spit the food out because it gets jammed, but they are able to suck up food so easily with that mechanism. Team 1 still having driving problems, but they've got 10 points from that flip, and that is going to be tough to beat. Although I'm pretty sure this unload is going to be more than enough. Oh, that's 3 points. They've dropped 1, so they're pretty short of that penalty. Oh, and come on, get out. Oh, this is the issue with this actuator, that it just can't unload the food. It just tumbles in there like a dryer.
Yeah, there may be a point which they say, we need more food to try to knock it loose.
Looks like Team 1 is going for another table flip. Oh, and that is gorgeous. I'm loving that.
That may be the most effective table flipping mechanism we've seen yet. Doesn't look like they've got any way to get food off the table, though. They're basically, they're like a cooperative robot. Oh, no, they do. They do have something to get food off the high table. It's very large, difficult maybe to actually get it there.
Yes, that appears to be the case, although for some reason they're having some trouble moving, so I don't know how they're going to get the food. Although I like the actuator that I see. It lets the food fall into them, they roll it into the inside, and then they walk over a table, and they just dump it off. Oh, and it looks like they're going to try it, although it's turning the wrong way for them. They need to turn that turntable around before they can go for it. And it looks like they heard, and they're going for it. Oh, they're just too low, and we're out of time.
That's a very good match. Some really incredible mechanisms. If those teams were ever paired together, they would just do amazingly well, because that table flipping mechanism works every time, and 13 can just score basically whenever they want to. It looks like 13's got the advantage with the amount of food that they got on the table. Something like, what, 6, 7 pieces? That's really impressive.
Their robots a bit in the way, but I'm counting about 6 right now, and that works out to about 18, which is actually short of the number of food in the other one. But we're getting the final score now.
23-20 Gold Alliance.
23-20 Gold Alliance. Congratulations, Gold. That is a good game.
Yeah, you'll remember that 23 actually managed to activate the gate in autonomous mode. That gave them that extra 5 points to put them ahead. Autonomous mode's really just free points if you can get them.
Well, free points until you try. It's hard, I've found. It's really easy to say, oh, just drive forward and hit the button. But that button is friggin' wily.
A very interesting match. We're seeing a lot of electrical and mechanical failures. I guess it's just these are very complicated robots, and if you're trying to do a lot of stuff, it's very easy to overlook something.
Oh, absolutely. We see on average, like, 6, 7 moving parts per robot? It's no wonder we're having so many issues with the mechanical actuation. In years past, you could get away with one actuator and you do fantastically. Actually, that being said, if you would have a single actuator on your robot, how would you do this game? Like, you're only allowed one moving part.
I would say that a fixed hook, so you just drive up to the middle table and you just have something that's permanently at an angle to slant food in as it rotates, and then a conveyor belt. And I guess wheels, but those don't really count as an actuator.
Oh, no.
And because the conveyor belt we're seeing is very successful, and so if you can just drive back and forth in a straight line from the table from the rotating table, the Lazy Susan, to the middle table, then you're going to do pretty well.
Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, wow, it looks like we don't have too many teams this time. A lot of teams are sacrificing these early matches just for the sake of getting their robot up and working. They're accepting this loss of a match and just saying, it's worth it, it'll be worth it in the future if we can get these matches now. Because the matches you're not actually averaged over every match. You're given a selection of some of your best matches, and then your ranking is computed from there. So a lot of teams are just giving up these first few matches, like a drop grade in your class, and just saying, we'll get it later, we'll make it up, we'll have a better robot next time.
That's very interesting. So that's going to be free points for Lighthouse, completely unopposed. Lighthouse has done pretty well in the past.
Lighthouse is a solid robot. They've got table flipping, they've got the claw, they've got the long pokey thing for the buttons. They've got it all. It's sort of a jack of all trades, master of none. What sort of robot would you pair that against, or with?
I would say another jack of all trades, because they can table flip. All right, so we're starting the match in 3, 2, 1. Blue has successfully activated in autonomous mode, so they won't be losing points, which is always nice.
Yes, it looks like they're actually going for that center turntable, slowly crawling towards that line and see if they can actually line follow their way onto it and actually hit that button, which would be fantastic points for them. And they've missed it, which is unfortunate. Tuning the line following is a little bit tricky, given that the lighting conditions here are a little bit different than they are in the pits. So you need something that can actually actuate at the moment. Although they haven't lost the points, and now they're just going for the score. Looks like they're going. And are they going straight for the table flip? That appears to be the case. They're turning around, getting into position, putting it down. They've done this every single match. They put down the prongs, they fine-tune it, and they drop that down. All right. What do you think that back plate is there to do?
Back plate maybe just for balancing issues. Looks like they've got a lot of thought put into just keeping their center of gravity close to the center of the robot.
That's very good. A lot of teams. Oh, well done. That's 10 points to them. A well done flip by team 24. Okay, now they're going for another one, and they're putting it down, and they're going to go for a second flip. Actually, I just realized they can't actually get food off the turntable. That's pretty unique. Almost every robot at least has a hook or something.
You don't think that claw would be able to reach up, doesn't it? Oh no, it doesn't look like it can go up.
Yeah, it's very unique that they just accepted that other teams are going to be going for getting food off the turntable and that they're better at getting everything else. So it's a unique specialization from a jack-of-all-trades robot, but it's good. It lets them do what they want to. And are they going to hit the button? I'm not sure. Actually, I'd have to ask the judges, do you get points for when you flip the other team's table and bring it onto your side?
I sure hope so, because otherwise this is going to be pretty embarrassing if they open the other team's, if they move the other team's things. Do you get points just for hitting the button? I don't know.
You only get points for hitting the button during autonomous. Hitting them during teleop doesn't do anything. I guess they're practicing for their teleop? Okay, so they're just going to practice motions. They got their 20 points. They did their job. Since they have no one to work with and they're a jack-of-all-trades robot, they're just practicing. Showing off a few moves. Come on, do a spin. Yeah! All right, I like you, Team 24. You got style. All right, and that's the end of the match. Thank you all so much. Good game.
Gold team had a strong showing. Didn't lose any points though, so that's good.
You're absolutely right. Gold team, although I'm not too sure about their no actuators whatsoever plan, I think it's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
20-0.
And the final score is 20-0. Nice and consistent. Nicely done. And it looks like ACLC has gone with the invisible robot strategy. This is very bold. I don't know if they can do this. I've seen it try to be pulled off. Unfortunately, they scored no points last time. And looks like we've got Team 14 and Teams 28. Nice multiplication there. Okay, so let's see if Team 28 has fixed their mechanical issues. Actually, I'm just going to ask them. Hey, Team 28, have you fixed the mechanical issues? You did. Nicely done. Okay, we've got ACLC with the now visible robot. I guess the cloaking field failed.
I just want to point out, and this is very clever, ACLC actually spells out ACLC. You may not notice it, but the aluminum spells out the A, and then CLC. I was kind of curious why they were just CLC. That's just an interesting thing I noticed.
I noticed too, and it's probably one of my favorite things. It's a tie between ACLC and the Monster for me aesthetically, because that metal A-frame A is probably a special place in my heart. Oh, and Team 32, this is an absolutely new robot. So, I think I'm familiar with this. I'm friends with their mentor. So, that whole thing is a large 4-bar that flips down, and it feeds the food on via chainsaw like the scissor lift robot, and then they feed it into the trough, and then they vomit it back out onto tables. They've actually got, my favorite thing is, look at that, they have an omni-wheel mechanism drive. They are incredibly nimble with that drive base.
Omni-wheels are really hard to pull off, so it's impressive that they're able to do that. They can rotate both in the normal linear direction, straight forward, and also they can turn because the wheels have wheels perpendicular to them all along the rim, which is kind of pretty neat.
Yes, so I think this is actually an optimal thing because there's such a large robot that gets so much in the way. You weren't in the way until you asked. So the robot is able to turn in place, it's able to move laterally. Oh, and it looks like we got the go-ahead, and it is 3, 2, 1, go! And 28 is moving, 14 is trying to move, ACLC has moved, 32 has moved as well. Oh, if they drive back in, that'd be very unfortunate. 32 has beached on the wall. 14 is decided against moving. 28 unfortunately has that same failure with their line falling, and they just can't get past that yellow tape. ACLC, are they going for the button hit? If they do that, that's a 10-point win.
So ACLC actually lined up perfectly. They just were unable to smash into the button. Their pressing mechanism was a little too high. Teleop has begun. We've got all robots moving, which is a nice change. We've had a lot of matches where that's not true. Looks like 14 is just trying to grab some things, kind of a Hungry Hippo sort of inspired design.
Oh, and 14, yes, that's the box out mechanism I was talking about. And they decided to put it back. That is so polite of them. Oh, it's got a divider in the back. Okay, Team 32, I'm not sure what they're doing. Are they going for a table flip or what? Team 14 has collected 3 foods, it's in its snack box, and it's ready to deposit. Okay, ACLC has 3 pieces of food and it's got its belt in position. It's ready. Okay, 14 has shoved 2 of the pieces of food onto the table, and that's an apple, a strawberry, and a waffle?
Yeah, that's a waffle. That was a very successful lift by ACLC. Those round pieces are actually doing a better job. Looks like they're actually having some issues with the interference of the chain belt with the table. 28 looks like it's on the offensive. We're not quite sure. I think they're trying to steal their table.
I think you're right. That is the case. Unfortunately, if they get stuck on the wrong side of the tracks, they lose a ton of points. I'm not sure how many points it is. I'll have to confer with one of the judges afterwards, but I know that's a hefty penalty. Unfortunately, 32's actuator is just too heavy for them to use. Oh no, Team 28 is stuck. No, don't get stuck. You're on the wrong side of the track, son.
Yeah, 28's just trying to do those tables. That's what they do best, I think. Haven't seen them try to deal with the food yet. That's some very consistent scoring from ACLC. They've got that passive feed mechanism down pretty well. They actually do very well with round pieces of food. The flat ones kind of give them a bit of trouble. That's 4 pieces in. Very well done. It's the food in the center is just out of their reach.
Yeah, the food in the center is really hard to get for almost every team. And wow, that is really nicely done by them. Okay, that was well done by ACLC. I would be proud of that if I were them. Unfortunately, 32, a little bit heavy for their drive base and wasn't able to get that actuator moving. I think they're having just a few more mechanical issues. I hope to see them in the future because I'd be very interested to see that actuator move. Team 28, very bold move, moving to the opposite side, but they just weren't able to steal the table. And Team 14, I'm glad to see your actuators working.
Do you know, if you steal a table from one side, move it over to your side, and then flip it, is that points? Do you get points for that?
I believe so, yes. You do get points for having a flip table on your side. So you can have 3, even 4 tables on your side, but good luck moving around.
That is kind of hilarious. I really want to see someone steal a table by the time this is over.
So I've just learned that tables are only worth their points at the end of the match. So if you steal a table, doesn't matter where it came from.
But it does need to be on your side, yes?
And it is the final score, 24-10 blue. That was ACLC just carrying that. Nicely done, guys. That was a good match. I'm proud of all teams involved.
Yeah, no, excellent job all around.
I'm gonna run. I drank coffee. I have to pee.
Fill this up anyway.
I want that rapture.
Red, could you come back here for a sec? Could you fill this up? Thank you so much, dear. Okay, we've got Team 18. Oh, that small, nimble robot again, and Team 25, the big boy on campus. But let's see if they've been able to move past this jamming issue that they've been having. Although, if they can get past that, they have a very impressive robot. Oh, and this is a robot I haven't seen before. Okay, I'm just trying to make out the number now, and I can't. Moving on. I'm going to call you Flatbot. Okay, and we've got Team 26 with a twister bot again. Team 18, that small, nimble frame. Let's see how we do. If Team 26 can get that actuator working, I remember at scrimmage, that was a very impressive actuator. So I look forward to seeing it work.
See who's up here.
I believe that. I'm not too sure. I gotta get the. Oh, of course. Then it is. No, number 8 is a different group. Okay, looks like we've got San Lorenzo, number 27, the closest team. Let's see how they do. Okay, and we are now waiting for the match to begin. All teams are in position. Oh, and we're swapping out refs, which is causing the delay, and teams are beginning to connect and turn on.
Turning on.
All right, so we've seen a lot of improvement this game. A lot of teams started off the day not even moving, not even actuating, and we've seen them go to working actuators, scoring points, and I'm really looking forward to the end of this day. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of very competent robots, a lot of very complicated mechanisms of this competition. Let's see, I'm not too sure. Team 27 up. So, let's see, we got Team 27 going for scoring the points, Team 26. If 26 and 27 can communicate, the 26 flipping tables and 27 scoring points on them, that would be beautiful. Team 25 will just keep doing its thing, flipping those tables, scoring those points. And Team 18, I haven't seen too much of them. They're fast, they move well, but I just haven't seen them be able to actually score a lot of points. Welcome back, Red. How you doing? Fantastic! Glad to hear it. Okay, looks like we're having a slight delay as the refs and the field all get into position. Okay, I'd like to talk to one of the refs right now. Michael Trom, come on over. So, Michael Trom, tell me about reffing. How is it?
Tired. My knee hurts.
Oh, that's rough, man. Yeah. I know you're willing to make the sacrifices for us.
Anything for pie.
That's right. What's this stuff on your back?
Number 1.
Oh, okay. All right, Michael. Number 1 indeed. Okay. All right, just waiting for field control to get the go-ahead, and we will be off to the races. Looks like we've got a small communication issue with Team 26. Okay, it looks like it's going to be about a 1 minute delay for the match to actually begin, as some of the teams get wired into the field. We've got some errors there. In the meantime, I'm just going to talk about the robots. So, Team 25 had a very impressive showing with their autonomous, which is beautifully consistent. However, their claw needs some work. It has failed a couple times on them, and they've got to move on. Team 18 has a solid driving base. I think their driver is relatively experienced, and they can move around and move fast. The main thing is that their actuator just can't do much besides score points from the turntable. So after that, there's not much they can do, and it's not very deep, so they can't get points other teams can't. Team 27, I haven't seen too much of them. They've got 2 lever arms by the looks of it. I'm not too sure how it's going to work, but it looks promising. I'd like to see how it scores points, especially when they're going in the wrong direction. I think getting the turntable turning the right way for them is going to be very critical. And Team 26, I saw them working at scrimmage, and it was terrifying just how fast they would flip tables. They could flip all tables in under like 12 seconds. Unfortunately, they just haven't been able to recreate this success at today's competition. They're having some mechanical issues, and I'm not sure where they're going to go from there. However, if they can get it working, they will be a force to be reckoned with and a very lucrative alliance partner for tomorrow. Let's see, no especially unusual nom-noms. That 8's going to be a nightmare to score, I imagine. That thing floats all over the place. I don't think I've actually seen a team successfully score that thing yet. Okay, and we are off to the races in 3, 2, 1, go! And we have all robots leaving the starting zone, so no penalty. We have Team 18 hitting their button. We have Team 25 flipping a table. Is it going to go over? Oh no, it's too far back. All right, they're still going to be scoring points. Oh, Red.
I think that's actually going to count as a flip. It is vertically oriented.
I would have to confer with the judges. I couldn't give you an answer there. And is there going to line following going to work? Oh no, unfortunately they missed it. But they still did quite well that match. As always, a very good performance. And the table's not stopping the turntable. We are now in teleoperated mode. Only Team 26 is now moving. Let's see if Team 27, I'd like to see how they can score those points. Team 25, first they got a bit of a table issue in the way. Team 18, let's see, score those points, and it's jammed. The turntable has unfortunately been broken by the table being passively put on it. It looks like we're cycling power on the field, and we're going to try and get some control there.
Yeah, no, interesting. 25 did try to reverse it, and it looks like they've fixed their issue with not being able to rotate their arm, which is nice. Oh, that's a great haul, and they've got that team down. This is going to be devastating drop.
If they drop the food onto the slower turntable, they will score on the order of 30 points. I don't know if they're going to be going for the lower table or the safer upper table. It's up to them at this point. All right, so they're dropping the food. They're getting into position. They're very slow to get there, but when they score big. It's tied 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, wow.
30 points. That's the single biggest moment we've had in this entire competition. It's a real pity that central table isn't working. That's really going to hurt 25 because they can just take all the food they can get.
At the current point, yes. Also, the gates are also broken. It looks like jamming that table against it has cost a lot of points. That's 10 points also to Team 25. They have put it on top of the gate. Oh no, they put it on the wrong side. Let's see if they can grab it with the lip and pull it back over. Okay, let's see. Oh, I don't know. How does that count? Does it count as the center of mass?
Yeah, I think that's pretty conclusively on their side. That's a great way of preventing the other team from coming over and trying to stop them. Is the entire field broken?
I think the entire field has just stopped working. Although it hasn't stopped either team from trying to score. Looks like, and the field is back on.
That looks like that could be an offensive action by 27. Oh, no, they just did that for fun. And match is over.
All right, thank you all so much. It looks like that was a devastating score with all that food on the table for Team 25.
Also a fairly devastating match for the field. We've got the gate closest to the audience broken. It's off. The other gate has a table on it, and the central table just isn't rotating anymore. There's probably going to be a little bit of time in between this match and the next as we try to fix desperately that which our teams have ravaged.
I have to agree with you there. That is some considerable damage Team 25 has done the field. I'm not sure if they're going to incur a penalty for breaking it. I don't even know if it would hurt them. They've scored so many points.
I'm not sure. Was it them who stalled the center table?
Huh?
Yeah.
The table fell on it, and then they turned it.
The table falling on it, though, didn't stall it. It stalled afterwards.
That's what I thought.
Which is weird, because what they did is they reversed the direction, it rotated fine, and then something...
There's a grizzly bug where it requires less stall current to break it in one direction than the other.
Weird.
Yeah, we tried to fix it, but apparently they couldn't.
So is the field going to be working?
Probably.
Okay. Are the gates working?
Yeah.
What about that one?
That one just stopped too soon.
Yeah, that's because I turned on and off the field while it was going. So it stopped. Because I was just trying to get that thing working. We just play cycling the power fixes it, so...
35-11 gold.
Final score is 35-11 gold. Team 25, yet again, just some amazing scoring.
That is very well done. I wouldn't discount the other teams, though. That was very good by all of the teams present. Team 25, just with that 30-point score all at once, just took the limelight.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely noticing there are more and more matches in which all the scores are at the very least positive, which is a real improvement from the beginning of the game.
Well, that's the case with every competition we've had, is that teams just don't work in the morning. It actually really hurts a team if all of their scrimmage matches are in the morning. Sorry, not their scrimmage, their seeding matches are in the morning, because they just don't work very well. And teams are furiously working on fixing their robots in the pits as we speak right now. Like, that's a relatively empty audience of teams. You'll notice as the days go on, more and more of the audience will fill up with matching T-shirts as teams finish and move in. Oh, looks like we're still having some errors with fixing the field. Looks like I'm gonna have to confer with field control. All right, looks like we've got a mechanical failure. That's gonna be a couple minutes.
Looks electrical to me.
Red's opinion is electrical. You willing to wager on that?
Yeah, because I saw Max kick that button to no effect at all, not even a twitch.
You make a good point. It looks like this is going to be some debugging here. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get this show on the road very soon. It looks to be browned out. I'm not sure. I'm no engineer. You just got to fix it. Okay, it looks like we're going to be taking a 5-minute break as we fix things. Thank you all so much. We'll get back to you soon.
I think it's a mechanical problem.
All right, let me check it out.
Grizzly thinks it's doing the right thing.
Nice work. Yes.
I'm here.
Who's the dog needs to tell the kids?
We're good.
Is that how fast it
Yeah. That's how it is, Anthony. This side's like a millimeter closer.
right, we're good.
Brett, we're good. Yeah.
Okay. Woo.
Anthony.
Yes, I go back to my team.
And we're back.
No, it didn't.
And we're back. Next match is going to start queuing up. It was just a simple electrical connection failure. If you learn anything from Pi Robotics, it should be make sure your electrical connections are sound. A little bit of solder goes a long way. Tearing apart machinery just to redo a tiny little connector is a real pain in the butt. No one likes doing it. If you learn two things, it's check your electrical connections and also comment your code. The commenting code wasn't the problem in this case, but really just everyone wants you to do it. We'll all be a lot happier if you do. If you learn three things, it's also don't push on a rope. If you've got a tension that's negative, your tension is going the wrong way. If you're interested in learning more about what happens if you push on a rope, take statics, which at UC Berkeley is MEC 85, cross-listed with CE 30, civil engineering. The class covers diverse topics such as Euler's bending, deformation, and load balancing.
Speak louder.
I've been told to speak louder. For those interested in Berkeley engineering, specifically robotics, the courses tend to be labeled mechatronics. There are a number of mechatronics courses in both electrical engineering and mechanical engineering. Max here has taken, I believe, a number of mechatronics courses in his time. He's now a senior.
Yes, I have. I have taken pretty much every mechatronics course I can get my hands on here. Mechatronics is basically robotics, the major. Although, well, in a certain sense, robotics is a large thing. It's a lot of things. It's automation, it's mechatronics, it's mechanical design, it's design flow, it's controls. There's a whole plethora of things that goes into making a robot move. So, speaking of which, forgive me, I've forgotten our online audience. Okay, so we have our mechatronics. It's an interesting field. It's the coverage of both mechanical and electrical systems. You see how your system works, you analyze it, you automate it, and you control it to its desired position, you characterize it. It's one of those sort of fields where it's very hard to explain until you start doing it, and you can't imagine doing anything without it. Okay, now, Team 34 is a robot that we just haven't seen today. Tell me about it, Rhett.
So Team 34 has been called for a couple of other matches, but it looks like they spent that time instead working on the robot. It's the first use of poster board in a finished robot that I've seen. It looks to have some sort of basket scooping mechanism. I think that can articulate sideways, so like a side loader, dump it out. Looks like they've got just a normal sweeping arm to get stuff into that.
I saw them at scrimmage. They were one of the first robots actually to get through inspection and start playing. I like the happy face on it, but the idea is that you see that motor on the back of the little scoop?
Yes,
it turns sideways and it lets the turntable passively feed food into it. So it's actually just there to let food be pushed into its mouth, and then it drops it off onto the appropriate tables. I can't quite remember what the two long bars are for, but they do serve a very specific purpose, if I remember correctly. I think we're about to find out if things go all according to plan. We've got Team 8 old reliable. I remember during scrimmage they were very fond of going to the opposite side and just messing up their plans. But these days they're bigger fans of just moving. And we've got immediate autonomous. Okay, all teams have left and we have no penalties. Team 3 has beached themselves with their claw. Team 8 has tried to flip the claw.
Yeah, it looks like line following didn't work out for any of these robots, which is interesting. I think Team 1, successfully flipped a table in autonomous, or no?
I didn't see them flip. Oh, actually, yes, I did. That was very impressive, but that was only just the one time. So we've got Team 34. All teams have moved, but no teams have scored, and went to the teleop. Team 4 has a very similar system to Team 3, but with a less reliable claw. And here goes Team 34. That's it. It pushes the food into the basket. They're incurring penalties on the opposite side.
They can do that.
Yes.
That's an offensive use of their flipper. This is incredible. I have never seen this strategy before. This is hilarious. I'm very glad that I'm seeing this. This is very funny. Although they've got a lot of food on their side too. This is just going to be a war to see who can get a bigger penalty for the opposing team. They're going to need to score some points or something, because I think at this point blue has as much food on the ground as gold. This is really anyone's game. I have no idea how this is going to pan out.
Team 8 is unfortunately unable to move. I think they have some failure with their drivetrain. Team 1 also stuck. I'm not sure. They used to be very reliable, but this time they're just not moving. Team 34 has made a mess of the field, but they're just not scoring any points. They were able to get their basket down, but when they pushed the arm in, all it did was just push it against it and knock it onto the floor. Okay, let's see if ALB can actually move to follow up on this chance. Okay, now Team 8 is now stuck. I'm not going to do it, guys. And they failed.
Well, yeah, it looks like Team 34 has abandoned the offensive flipping strategy for now. They may be trying to flip this table. Not quite sure how. Oh, I see. They torque that arm in the front. I wonder if they've got enough torque to do that.
Based on what we saw out of team, I think what's the team with the twister?
I don't remember.
Okay, but you do remember the twister robot, of course, and I do remember they needed 2 motors just to get that thing to work, and it barely worked. So I don't think they're going to have nearly enough torque with this unless they've done some serious gearing on that system.
All right, that's time. Looking at the field from here, I'm seeing 8 pieces of food on blue side, and I'm seeing, I think, also 8 pieces of food on yellow, on gold. So I think it may be a tie at -40 or -15 for both teams.
I think you're absolutely right. I hadn't considered the offensive food flipping, but I really should have. It's a lot of points that you can lose an opponent. Now let's see how they did. The scores will be coming up shortly.
They're not doing that. They don't do the scores up there.
And I think the judges who have to count penalties are going to have their work cut out for them. Oh, and it looks like they're already having a conference. It's quite a count, I can see. What do you think of Team 4? They're also just going for the simple claw robot, but it seemed like they just weren't able to get any pieces. It looks like they need to take a page out of Team 3's book, but they did, and they just haven't succeeded yet. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that definitely there's a lot of mechanical and tactics issues that still need to be hammered out. Teams with functional robots that just aren't quite sure how best to utilize them. Some emergent strategies. For instance, I don't think that Team 34 was planning on the offensive use of their sweeper, but that may be something that they decide to optimize for.
I don't know if it's malicious or not, but you could score a lot of points, relatively speaking, for your team just by knocking food onto the opposing side. Although if you do face a team that is capable of picking up food quickly from the floor, you might just be feeding the beast. You need to be very tactical in your decisions of how you go about winning this game. But at the same time, it's also very easy to shoot yourself in the foot, we found. Let's see, so it looks like the judges are still trying to figure out what the score is, and I think, oh, nope, not ready yet. Oh, here we are.
Blue -85 to gold 0.
What?
Blue scored -85 points and gold scored 0.
So wait, can you not offensively knock food onto the other team?
You can't knock food on the other team, and you can't cause the other team to get penalties.
Unfortunately, that breaks my heart. Is that true? You got to tell me to the face. You can't aggressively lose points for the opposing team. That's what's the fun of that, man? That's terrible. Just terrible. So, looks like
85.
That is a lot of points. That means that they dropped 17 pieces of food, which sounds right, about 8 apiece. Yeah, Team 34's got to work on their scoring before they just go around knocking food off the table. I imagine that would have worked at game day when the goal was to knock food off, but this time it's just not going to cut it. So, Red, do you think we're going to see Team 34 working on their driving yet?
Yeah, Team 34 is going to have to choose another strategy. That's really unfortunate. I think that could have been a very interesting game if there were teams just trying to lobby as much food onto the other team as possible. That's real unfortunate. I kind of wish that the rules were different.
I think that's just unfortunately the case. Yeah. Although at the same time, the game would be far too easy to be malicious. You can already flip tables that have food on them. You can already You can already go into their side. You can steal their tables. The ability to lose them points would just be devastating. All right, now we have ACLC, a solid contender. Team 24, Lighthouse, an old favorite, and Team 13, the big boy on campus, just after 25, of course. But they actually have had more consistent results, so I might actually put them ahead, even though their best score isn't as good.
I don't know about that because Team 13 is very consistently good, but in every match that 25 has been in, they have just completely cleaned up 30-point scores. If Team 13 manages to get a good team partner, someone that can flip tables for them, and they don't, the table doesn't break. If they can actually get all those things onto the low tables, then they're going to be devastating. But I don't know that Team 13 can flip over their own tables. I think they've demonstrated a real hard time doing that.
I think the real issue is that they're relying on their whole robot having just nothing in the way as they flip. When the field is tiny relative to their robot, it's huge. And when they turn around and they try to put that edge underneath, when they drive forward to flip the table, they're almost out of field by that point. So while it does work perfectly on like a completely empty field, they run into a real issue when they run out of space. ACLC always scoring points. It looks like they got their actuator working much better now. And Lighthouse, little by little, making improvements. They've got good table flipping. I'm wondering if they're going to go for trying to steal a table this round, because Team 13 can't do much about that.
Were they the team that tried to steal? No, they were not. It was the big yellow robot that tried to steal a table last time.
Yeah, Team 28, the Yellow Submarine, my personal nickname.
Yeah, ACLC has a very reliable feeder mechanism. They've managed to get quite a number of nom-noms into their robot. It's really going to be a competition between ACLC and 13, I think, to see who can get the most food onto the robot as possible. Lighthouse is a very consistent table flipper. They've had a lot more trouble trying to get food off of that round table.
Good spins, too.
True.
Okay, it looks like and Autonomous has begun. Okay, let's see, and all teams are out of the pit. Team 24 is going, I don't know if they're going for a table flip. ACLC, are they going to hit the button? No, they did hit the button.
Nice. No, that was 13 hit the button.
Oh, my mistake. That was Team 13 who hit the button. And ACLC, are they going to drive back in? That would be devastating. No, it looks like they're trying to line follow when there is no line to follow. And we're done in 5 seconds. Looks like all the teams have finished their autonomous code, and we're now just waiting for the teleop, which is beginning now.
Yeah, so that's Team 13 definitely going for that table flip. They have a really hard time with that. They need to push it against something, I think, in order for it to work at all. Yeah, they don't really have a good gripping surface. That's real unfortunate.
That is a shame, because on the practice field, I've seen them perform quite consistently. And Team 24 always flipping those tables. They're so consistent with it. It's very impressive. And, looks like a bit of a stall. Oh, they've got it on their back, but not far enough to get it flipped. And now they're going for the nom-noms.
Yeah, that Nom Nom collector is just, I think, just amazingly well designed. They've really got that down. And if they can manage to knock over that table, they'd have a really great time. It looks like they're having some issue with their drive as well. They have to kind of nudge themselves forward.
Yes, looks like they have a stall in their left wheel, so they just can't turn. They just can't drive left as quickly as they can to the right. Looks like ACLC. Oh, and here it goes again, eating up. It eats up an apple, and that donut's got stuck underneath, and it can't eat them. Oh, that's a little bit too aggressive on dropping. And their team goes to drop off another point. Lighthouse has flipped another table. Well done by them. And it looks like ACLC is looking to score. They've got a lot of food in their trough, but are they going to be able to score it all? Team 13, always just consistently scoring points. Oh, we got 5 points on a lower table. Let's see if they're going to be able to. That's 5 points already. They got to be very gentle. Oh, too fast. But the disc should be very consistent. Yep, and the toast. All right, good work. They've got a cookie stuck in the top that could be really easily scored. So that's 15 points versus, 15 points on the opposite side. This is a dead even game if you don't count flipped tables.
Yeah, those flipped tables look like they're going to be the match deciders because that's just so many points, 10 points. That looks like a loss for Team Blue. That's a gold team win just because of those two tables is really, really great. And they 13 just couldn't get that one table down. If they'd hit it, I think, with their collecting arm, they could have knocked it over. They tried to use their sweeper, and the sweeper just wasn't strong enough.
You're absolutely right. It looks like we have a small mechanical failure on the field that'll require another half-minute fix or so, but nothing that should take up any time. Team 13, for having been solo, that was a very impressive score. I think that they do quite well, but they're a lot better at picking up food than they are saving it.
Someone should definitely
field
turn that
control,
off.
could you turn off the field, please?
Yeah, it's going to stall out.
20 to 30 gold.
20 to 30 gold. Well done by both alliances. I'm
Can you
very
pull
impressed.
that table?
Take this. I'll take care of it.
Try turning it. Max, try turning the table and they have browned out again. For those of us still watching, that's a second appearance of the Tank Tread robot, which, if you'll remember, lost some pieces in its first match. Hopefully they fixed that. It's a very ambitious design, and I really hope it plays out for them, because it's always nice to see risks rewarded in robotics competitions as opposed to doing the safe thing that everyone else is. Innovation, of course, being the main point of this. It's not that much fun when everyone's got the same design, which is one of the reasons why BattleBots was canceled, because it turns out a spinning wheel of cheese is basically indestructible compared to all your fancy flamethrowers and chainsaws and whatnot. Just not very theatrical. Max, my fellow host, is currently fixing the field. I don't know if you noticed in the last game, but there was a piece of the skirt that was sticking out and catching on the wall, and that's the sort of thing that can really mess up the game if the motor stalls out, which it tends to do.
Max, is it possible you can just trim it down with like pliers?
Already did.
It looks like it could catch.
It does catch, but it doesn't catch catastrophically anymore. All right. I'm gonna leave those shoes up.
Looks like this is going to need a charge soon. This is going to need a charge soon.
Sorry about that delay. We had to make some quick fixes to the field, but looks like everything's all copacetic now. How do you charge this thing?
Andrew. Vincent?
Arthur.
Arnold.
Arnold. Damn it. Arnold. Is there a way to get a charge for this? Because the battery's running low.
I don't know.
Leave it be for now. We'll take care of it then.
Can you figure out who knows?
He's a mentor. Let him be a mentor. Okay. And it looks like we've got everything set up. Berkeley High with the very ambitious four-bar linkage, which has been removed. Now it's just a tank tread with a platform on it. Man, they are making some aggressive changes. Or is it still the four-bar? Okay, tank treads are still on. Good, good. Got to stick to your roots,
guys.
guys.
Cantilever.
Oh, it's a cantilever now. Ooh.
I don't know. Elevator.
Oh, elevator. Oh, well, good luck. Okay. You'll be fine. Just don't tear your treads off again. Okay, so we have Team 14. Let's see. I want to see that actuator again. Team 30. Was that 28?
32.
32. Thank you. Community Day with a very impressive OmniWheel drive robot. I just haven't seen them move yet. And finally, Team 3, which I really love. It's just so consistent. They've scored every single match. They never have any failures. They do kind of tear our field up, but they do it beautifully.
Yeah, no, this is going to be an interesting match. Two robots that are very interesting drive systems, but just that we have been unable to see yet. All right, autonomous mode is starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the beginning of autonomous mode. All 4 robots moving. Congratulations. Very good. Looks like those tank treads are fixed. We've got 2 robots facing off across that gate. Looks like line following isn't working out too great for anyone, but you know, that doesn't always happen.
Yes, it does indeed look like line following has not exactly worked, but no one's going to be incurring any penalties. Let's see, we have Team 3, which is currently trying to break our gate down. We have, and we're into teleoperated mode. All right, Berkeley High moving much more nimbly without destroying themselves. Let's see if they can actually score some points. We have Team 32 having some trouble. Oh my goodness, that is terrifying to watch. Oh, they're caught on the actual linkage. They need to lift up their arm and back up if they want to get out of this. Unfortunately, they're currently stuck. They need to lift up their arm and then back up. Lift, back up. There you go, man.
Not necessarily the most impartial there. Looks like we've got 3 pieces of food on Team 14. That's a very nice scoring system if they can manage it. Looks like at least Berkeley High is driving perfectly fine. They haven't scored yet, though.
Yes, unfortunately, those treads, they have... Oh, and they're trying to break the gate open. And, oh God, no. Oh, no, not the gate. Not the gate. And they have successfully broken the gate. And they have gone over the gate. Congratulations. Not worth anything in points, but major style points.
This is why we use tanks on the battlefield, in case you were curious.
Yeah, they're pretty tough to beat. Okay, so Team 14 still going for those points. All right, just got to extend. Unfortunately, my favorite runner, Team 3, has gotten stuck. It looks like they've been jammed up. Team 32 is unable to back up, and they just are too heavy to move around. Berkeley High is now on the other side of the field. Let's see if they can get back. Oh, have they done anything on the opposite side? No, they have not. But what can they do now that they're here?
They've got 18 seconds or else they're going to incur a hefty penalty. Best of luck to them getting back across. Looks like they've given up, though. They should really just make one last charge for it because they're going to
have a big negative score in 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. That's the first time we've seen a team get stuck on the other side. Best of luck to them.
Good showing by all parties in. Unfortunately, Team 32, that's a darn shame about that actuator. Team 14, nice good showing. Unfortunately, you got a bit caught up in the end. I think you just ran out of points. And Berkeley High, I'm loving the tank tread, but what's it doing for you guys? And finally, Team 3. Let's see. What happened, guys? Team 3 had connection issues. That's very unfortunate. We'll see if we can get that sorted out for you in the future. So, what'd you think of that match, Red?
Interesting showing. I'm happy that we saw the tank treads in action, honestly. Wasn't very effective point-wise. In fact, it was completely negatively effective point-wise. But it was a lot of fun to see that just tear over the gate. Hopefully not too much damage done to the field. We should probably make these things a little bit more robust.
Was that a dig I heard?
Yes.
How dare you? How dare you? Now excuse me while I go fix the field.
That's Max off to fix the field because Berkeley High has treated it very roughly indeed. Yeah, we're definitely going to need... okay, final score.
Blue 9, gold 20, negative 20.
So blue 9, gold negative 20. Getting stuck on the other side, definitely not a winning strategy.
That doesn't work if it's not there.
Oh, it's good to be back. Thank you, Rhett.
Anytime.
I feel like I need nicknames for each of these robots. I've got one for Red. How about Monster Masher?
All right. Fair enough.
I've got Monster Masher. I'm going to call you Speedy Gonzalez because you're just so small and quick. And, Lanky?
Maybe work on those a little bit.
Hey, I was pretty proud of Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. It's a lot of robots to remember the names of. On the plus side, we're starting to see, I think, every team I think that's getting called up is showing up for the most part. Have we seen... What is that? LPS Richmond is the red robot?
No, LPS Richmond is the claw robot after Team 3. Do you remember them? They have a Vex claw on an actuated arm and the drive base. What you see with number 2 with the red is Team 29. Team 18 is Cal Prep. Let's see how they do. They've got a very quick robot, very fast moving. I just haven't seen them just do much with all that speed they've got. Maybe go to the opposite side, mess up some tables. I'm not sure. And finally, we have San Lorenzo. They've been able to score okay. They're just a little bit slower than others. In every match we've seen them, they've been paired against some big heavy hitter in the scoring, and they just take all the nom-noms wherever they can. I think if they're given the time, they'll be able to score a lot of points.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Looks like two very similar designs on 18 and 27, both sweepers, which was a popular design in the scrimmages.
Well, it's a robust design. You don't need too many moving parts, like you said. You don't need to put much effort into the design. Well, you do need to put effort into the design, of course, but you don't need to spend a lot of time fine-tuning it. You don't need to spend a lot of time tweaking the details. You can instead spend all that time you would spend debugging the 8 moving parts on your robot, just getting your driver good, fine-tuning the individual portions, getting it working better. And in many respects, that's actually a good way to approach this problem, because limited time is a massive factor in this. As we've seen, many robots just aren't ready yet. Okay, and we are starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we've got 3 robots in autonomous mode and a complete flip by 18. That's really unfortunate. I think they count as being outside of their square, so that's nice. They don't lose any points for that. And it looks like 29 has set itself up real nice just for the sweep when teleop starts.
I think 29 set itself up beautifully if the turntable is turning the right way. If it's turning away from them, they're going to lose a lot of points, and it's going the right way, so they're in luck today. Oh, and that is a nice sweep. Good knee. Okay, and all right, looks like Team 27 is getting a decent number. However, they are stalling out the table in their motion as they go through it. Points are strong, and Team 18 has flipped itself. Nicely done by Team 18.
They have left their flag on the field, but it's just really impressive they managed to get out of that. That's real good work.
Yeah.
Max is currently chewing. So that's a nice scoring mechanism. Oh, that cucumber they lost though. That's the trouble with those round pieces. They roll. They have a kind of a mind of their own. That piece of broccoli's stuck. Looks like 29 is just trying to get some food on their side. Gold team has unfortunately a lot of pieces on the ground. That's going to be penalty. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 maybe pieces on the ground. That's a lot of pieces on the ground.
Yeah, I don't think Gold Team's going to be able to come back from that with only the one brownie scored. I think Red's just going to win this just by nature of having a consistent score and not enough nom-noms to penalize. In fact, if I were them, I'd play it safe and just go for a no penalty. Oh, and that's a good eat. All right, let's see if they can deposit them without dropping any. Oh, and that, oh no! That puts them at 5. If they drop this apple, they lose 5 points, and that would put them behind. Nicely done. They get the points. And we have 30 seconds left in the match, and I don't know what they're going to do. Can any of them reach?
I think that carrot may be the last piece of food that anyone can get. It's a real pity that they haven't invested any points in picking up food that they've dropped. I think that's something that's been neglected and maybe something to look into. A lot of teams are invested, though, in just getting food off that high table. I don't think that it's something that they can retool for at this point in the game.
I think you're absolutely right. Picking something off the ground and putting it up high is not something you can just trivially put on a robot. And the match is ended. Thank you. Okay, and I think they're tallying up the points, but I think that all that food on the floor is really going to hurt Team 18 and Team 27. That Gold Alliance is, well, they're in a tough spot.
Yeah, the question, I think, is also whether Team 18 counted as being outside of the golden box when they flipped over. I think the right side of the robot was resting sort of on the gold tape, and whether or not that's going to count as a full escape is kind of up to the judges.
From what I'm not sure, according to the ruling, if they have to just leave it at all or if they end it outside of it. It's a question I'd like to ask the judges, and I think I'll ask them after they confer to us the score. I'm pretty confident a score would go to blue, but Golden should not be discouraged by that. They both played quite well. They just need to work on their consistency. And the final score is in 9 to negative 35 blue. Yeah, they got penalized, all right? That's rough. Well, good game played by both. Good luck on the next time. And Field Reset Crew is already going at it, and we are already got the new robots coming on. And this is a brand new robot with a lovely print that I haven't seen before. What number are you guys? You are number, let's see. Oh, looks like you're in the wrong spot. Team 15. Team 15 is getting set up. Noel Valley. Haven't been able to see them move yet, but I would like to. I walked past them as they were going through the practice matches, and I think they're going to do okay. We've got Team 19, and they've got spirit, but do they have actuation? They've had a lot of mechanical failures in the past. Let's see if they're going to be able to move past those and get working. And finally, we have in the far corner, we have Team 16, Ralph Bunch, which I haven't been able to see up to this point. I'm looking forward to seeing their robot move, as it's one I just haven't seen up to this point. And Team 28, very solid score, good robot, but they've had some drive issues in the past. If they can move past that and just get their robot working, I think they'll be a massive threat for this competition.
Oh.
My mistake. There was a miscommunication. McClemens is the orange robot with the sporting the lovely pattern. And let's see how they do. Okay, so we have 28, 33, 15, and 29 and 19. So this is slated to be an interesting match. I don't know. 15, if they can get moving, should be a very interesting robot to watch go. A lot of zip ties, very flagrant. I just don't know what they do. Let's see. We've got Team 33. Looks like a basic scoop robot. If it's robust, it'll score wonderfully. I think they have a rotating spindle on top, so that allows them to actually score those points in. No line following that I can see. But if they were to introduce that, they could get themselves a lot of points. Hopefully, they have enough so that they don't get stuck with that 10-point penalty at the beginning. Team 19, if you guys can fix out that issue and you move up that ramp just a little bit, you guys could be a massive threat in this competition. All right, and it looks like all the robots are still being connected. I see a lot of flashing lights. It looks like the match is just about ready to begin. Okay. Checking with field control. Okay, and we are starting in 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, Team 33, beautiful teleop. Moves them out of that spot and they get those 10 points. Nicely done by them. Unfortunately, Team 15 still not moving, which is unfortunate. Hopefully their teleop is something to show. Team 28, more drive issues and they're stuck in their bid. Unfortunately, they are still going in for, 19 got so close to those 10 points. All right, well, looks like we're moving on to the teleop in 4 seconds, and we're about to see how this goes down. Brett, would you care to cast it from here?
Yeah, so we've got full control of all 4 teams. We've got that great table flipping action by 28. I really love seeing that. That works so well. 19 has a great pull.
Oh, and we finally get to see 15 in action. Oh, I see. Oh, wow, that's a hefty kick they have there. And Team 19 needs to lower that lever arm before they can go on. Okay, now they can start scooping. Let's see what they can grab. Team 28 doesn't have anything to grab because all the food has been taken by 15 or shot across their field. Unfortunately, Team 19 had a mistake while scoring. And 28 is going to steal a table. Now that's worth 10 points if they leave it on their side, flipped. Oh, they're trying to hit that button, and there they go. All right, Team 28, can you do it? Grand Theft Table.
That's amazing. I'm really happy to see a full table theft. I wonder if they're going to be able to get across and get that scooper in the way. Hopefully 19 doesn't interfere with 28. Looks like they actually will be able to get that food on them. That's a great job. They just have to drop that onto the table. That's going to be a lot of points. Team 28's really, that's a huge score that they're doing for their team.
Yeah, that's 15 points. However, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of food on the floor. If they drop one more, that's 5 points. It's going to be real risky. Okay, they're scooping it in and more. Got to be real careful not to incur any penalties here. They just lost another point. It's another 5 points down the drain for Team 28. However, I think the scoring on the tables will be more than sufficient. They have 15 seconds left. Let's see if they can make anything happen in this time.
I think an example of cooperation that needs to be learned is 28 can easily flip those tables if 19 could get out of the way. But I think they're both so focused on scoring that it didn't occur to either team to communicate and actually get them to move so that they could get that last table on their side.
I think you're absolutely right. Team 19 is a fantastic scoring device. Unfortunately, it's just too low to be able to get onto the final tables. So they're stuck just being able to score on low tables. But if they were able to get with a consistent flipping robot like 28 or 24, they could be able to get a ton of points for the team. So let's see if they're able to do that when they select their alliances. I think they should keep an eye out for tables that are able to flip when they're moving forward, because they are consistent point grabbers, but they're not consistent point scorers.
Yeah, and 28's arm is devastatingly effective. You saw it had probably 6 pieces of food within its grasp when the game ended. If it can get those tables down and then get a bunch of food into its scoring bag, it could really score a lot of points.
Now you guys won?
Actually, I was under the impression that there's a maximum number of food pieces you can put in the robot. Could you confirm that for me? Hey, here.
Yes.
What's the maximum number?
5.
So if you have any more than 5, what's the penalty?
5 points per.
That's a rough penalty. So what was the final score for the last match?
20 to -10 blue.
20 to -10 for blue. Well done. Unfortunately, I think yellow couldn't get past that that lost score of not being able to leave. So we're going to move on to the next match. Team 25, Big Boy on Campus. Let's see if they'll be able to fix out their technical issues and recreate their impressive show from this morning.
Yeah, was it their? It wasn't. No, because their first match was really impressive, but I think it was their second match where they got every single point they possibly could in autonomous mode.
You're absolutely right. They did fantastically in autonomous. Let's see, Team 34. Hopefully they can avoid their incident from last time. They just need to be a bit more careful when they collect those nom-noms. Let's see, and we have Team 26. If they have gotten their table flipping mechanism working, they will be a beast, especially with a team that can rely so well on to flip tables as Team 25. And Team 20, another jack of all trades, able to flip tables, grab food. Let's see how they do. I haven't actually seen them flip a table, but that doesn't mean that they've been failing at it. How about you, Red?
I'm going to admit my memory isn't the greatest, so if they have flipped tables, I don't remember it.
Well, I sure don't, but my memory's nothing. My memory's nothing great either.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting match. Very curious to see how 25 does because they've been pretty consistently high scoring. I want to see if they're able to keep that up.
Yeah, Team 25, definitely a star here, but let's see if they're able to keep it up. They've failed a few times in the past. Let's see if they don't succumb to the pressure. Team 26, if they could get that mechanism working, they would be terrifying, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see that work. And my gut reaction is that the moment is not in their favor. The physical moment, just trying to turn that table from the base seems like it's going to be very difficult, even with those big gearboxes.
So if you were in their shoes and you just didn't have the torque, what would you do?
I would probably try to realize that in a couple of practice matches. Say, our mechanism isn't good for this. Not continue trying to do it, and then maybe move towards either getting things off the table or interfering with the other robots. I think that's really an option that hasn't been fully explored. People are still trying to work out the full capacities of the robots, and I think that at some point they're going to have to realize, there's some things we can't do, and we may be more valuable on the other side, just, preventing points being scored.
I think you're absolutely right, but I think from my impression today, many robots are just focused on getting working. They've been in a rough spot. They haven't had field to play on. They haven't had the parts to work with. They haven't had a lot of things. And they've just been working as hard as they can until today. So I think today's just been a lot of focus. Go, 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 go. Get the robot finished. And after today, when we finish off the scrimmages, when there's Alliance Comp tomorrow, then the teams will go home, think about what they've done in the robot, and then actually reconsider and make an intelligent decision like that. Okay, we're waiting from field control from the go-ahead, and we are still waiting. Looks like we're having some communication issues with some of the robots. Who do you favor in this one? Team 26? Blue or gold?
I mean, just looking at past performance, Robot 25 is hard to beat. It's really hard to beat. I don't think they've lost yet. Anything could happen, but just looking at past results, 25 is definitely, I think, the favorite.
I'm afraid I have to agree with you there. Team 34 seems like they can grab a lot of nom-noms in one swell swoop if they were given the ability to. But if their actuator is so quick and so jerky that they're not perfect with their motion, they just kick nom-noms everywhere and they lose so many points. Like that one match where they knocked off like 12, that was devastating for their team.
Negative 85 points is the greatest absolute value that has been scored in a match so far.
Yeah, I don't think the other team moved. That was rough. Okay, and we are getting the thumbs up from field control. Okay, and we are starting in 3, 2, 1, go! And we had Teleop from, Autonomous from 3 robots, 34 moving forward, ramming into that gate. And Team 25, let's see if they flip the table. That's worth 10 points so they can get that off. I don't know if that counts. I'll have to confirm with the judges afterwards. They've gotten a button press. That sounds fine for points, but that should count. It's the button press, not the gate open, that scores points. And unfortunately, their line following has not caught the line, and they're stuck.
Yeah, I'm getting the indication from the judges that an angled table doesn't count. It has to be completely flat in order to count as a flip table. So they're going to fix that right now. Looks like 26 is having communications issues. They're not moving. So that's a 10-point loss. Hopefully 25 can come back from that. Also, the central table isn't rotating. Isn't that supposed to start?
You're absolutely right. It might have been a jam or an overheated motor controller or something. Definitely have to look into that after this. We'll definitely be working on fixing this in the future. Okay, we've got plenty of food put in, and Team 25 in their signature move gonna score about 20 or 30 points. 34 has scored points. Let's see if they can put it in. All right, just gotta drop it off, and come on, you can do it. I guess you gotta whack the back. I'm not sure what they're doing.
Yeah, that is what they do.
That's adorable. All right. Okay, so Team 20 has a solid elevator for flipping tables. Team 25 is unfortunately stuck.
Yeah, 25 looks like a motor's jammed or something. They're right in position. I just don't know if they're going to be able to drop it. That's an apple. Went a little too fast, unfortunately. It's those round pieces. Very difficult. That's 15 points that they've scored. That's pretty good for them. 34, I don't think was able to get the things in their basket out. That's 2 tables flipped for 20. I can't see if that was points scored by 34.
Yes, it absolutely was.
Oh, was, okay. That's good. Oh, looks like that cupcake might actually just fall straight onto the table.
Never mind.
Looks like 25 is trying maybe to flip that second table. The fact that the Lazy Susan isn't rotating is really making it difficult for teams to score. Most of the food is concentrated on the equatorial line.
You're absolutely right. It looks like the Lazy Susan's going to need some debugging. After this, the teams are performing admirably with this in mind. Team 20 looking to get to the little table, but Team 25 is playing defense. And the match has ended. Thank you all so much. Good game.
Yeah, no, that's a very good match. Did yellow both teams exit during autonomous?
Yes, both teams did exit during autonomous, so Team 25 is playing from behind that 10-point deficit, but they did score 3 points and flip a table. But I think Team 20, between the 5 points that Team 34 scored on their table and 2 flip tables, gives them a 5-point advantage over the Blue Alliance. Unfortunately, Team 26 had just left their box, and if they hadn't had that communication issue, they would have won. It is very unfortunate that happened. We're going to be looking into fixing this turntable bug. Give us a few minutes, please.
You're off.
What is it?
exchanges.
No problem with the motor. There's a faulty connection there. It keeps being wiggled loose by the wire. So the wire is running underneath the field, and it's unfortunately very tight right there. So whenever it gets hit or someone tugs on it there, or basically someone kicks it, the connection gets wiggled a little bit apart.
Yeah.
A lot of fixes to make.
What happened?
So the connection underneath came undone.
Again?
It's very, very top.
How do you fix it?
Taped it down.
Why don't you just solder it?
It's 2 Andersons.
You can't just dump solder into it?
Not worth the time. If we want to do it right, we want to do it right. There are easier fixes.
Yeah, we like classics.
Brett. Mic it up.
What? Mike?
Go for it.
Oh. And welcome back. In case you were wondering, this is lesson part 2 in Secure Your Electrical Connections. Yet again, the central table was disabled by a faulty connection caused by a far too taut wire. Electrical connections and wire management go hand in hand here. The issue was just we failed to budget enough slack. Although tight wires look good, they really are a pain in the butt if you have even the slightest bit of tug in the system. You're just going to pull something straight out, and then you have to stop matches for 5 minutes, and everyone gets sad. That's that story.
Well put. Good story. Okay, I got the thumbs up from field control, and we are about to start in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we've got action from all 4 robots. Very good. We've got a button activation. That's going to be by Team 13, I think?
Yes.
All robots out, so no penalties. That's 5 points for the button activation. No table flipping, but that's actually something that I think only has been successfully done by 2 robots, 25 and 3?
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, the big yellow one. I don't know which number that is.
Team 28 is the other robot that successfully flipped the table during autonomous. However, they were only just able to succeed at it once. The biggest problem we found with most robots with the large complicated actuators is consistency. Now we see Team 27's going for some points. Unfortunately, the turntable is going the wrong way for them. So, never mind. They have a second arm they can use. They're knocking food all over the place. They should be careful, or they're going to incur a penalty. No, I think they just passed it. Yeah,
that's 6 point. That's 6 pieces of food down, so that's a 6-point penalty right off the bat. Having some difficulty getting food in. That's 2 pieces. That's nice. No flip table on their side. Looks like 24 successfully flipped 1 table, and they're going for the second. That's very helpful for their teammates, who are going to be able to make good use of that. The main issue, of course, is those round pieces are so hard to deal with. They may just end up going to the high table because there's a back to it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is usually considered the biggest strength of the high table that it can't be flipped by the opponent, but that's almost never a factor. In fact, it's the fact that you can bounce the food off the back wall that makes the back table so much easier to score on. Now we've got Team 3 just picking up the mess that was left by their teammate, just trying to make what points they can out of this. And looks like Team 13 is having trouble keeping that food onto the table. It's a good combo that they've got going, but they just need to do some more practice in conjunction, because they both, one's got a good table flipping robot, the other has a solid grabber robot. But unfortunately, it's just having trouble placing the food on the floor. It looks like they're going to knock some food off and then pick it up afterwards directly. because it's easier for them to pick up a static piece of food than it is for them something that's rotating. It looks like Team 4 is consistently scoring points, and another 5 points. Nice.
Yeah, that was a very skillfully done by 13. They really know their strengths, and their strengths are just they can pick up basically anything if they can reach it.
And that's the end of the match. I think the judges are about to score. I don't know how that's going to go, but I think that point penalty on the Blue Alliance is really going to kill them.
Yeah, no, I mean both teams were dropping food left and right, but and there's more points scored by food on blue team. They got 4 up onto their high table, whereas I think yellow only got 2 onto their low tables. The issue is going to be that 5 button points, and we've got the scores.
35 to 7 gold.
35 to 7 gold. So that's another victory for 13 and 24. 35. That's very. Because they flipped both tables as well. I forgot about that. That's 20 points.
The actual. Yes, the actual act of flipping a table is worth a lot of points. Not just putting the nom-noms on it, but the fact that it opens up a high-scoring platform is what makes them so lucrative. It's the potential for points that they give you. And if you have a teammate that consistently places food down, like the Team 3s, the Team 28s, you can have a terrifyingly strong combination there. I'm enjoying the team play that I'm seeing in this game. How about you, Red?
Yeah, I really think that team interaction is one of the more interesting parts of this. Because, you can have one robot, one mechanism, and that's all well and good, but where you really get some very interesting combinations is when they start working together, and you get teams that say, well, I can't do this, but you can do that, and so you get the sum is greater than the parts.
That's it. You're absolutely right. In fact, the team that we just won't stop talking about, Team 25, the reason that they're just so strong isn't because they have a terrifyingly good feeder or a terrifyingly good table flipper. They just have an okay table flipper and okay feeder, and they're able to consistently pull off both. And it's the combo of those two that is just so strong. I mean, not to mention that they're incredibly well-tuned autonomous. It's just carried them through everything.
Yes, this is. It's definitely interesting seeing all the strategies that are being unveiled, and I think we're definitely getting some indication that focusing on one thing is useful, but being flexible, being able to adapt to different situations. The central table stops working. Your teammate knocks a lot of food on the floor. You don't have any tables flipped. Is really, I think, the killer ability is flexibility rather than specialization.
Take for instance Team 29. They have a specialized robot, but they're able to handle that one specialization very well. Unfortunately, we've seen that when they run out of things to do, they run out of things to do. They just can't score points. It's the robots that have okay actuators at every stage and are competent using one of them completely through a full match to complement their team member are the ones that do best. It's the combo that's terrifying here. I'm interested to see how the aggression comes into play as teams get more comfortable with what they can and cannot do, and we start seeing teams who start denying the opponents. And I think at that point we'll see some very interesting interaction between opposing teams.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is going to be the 3rd appearance of Berkeley High. In the last match, they managed to get their tank treads working. Let's see if they can actually score this match. I'm excited to see it. Hopefully it pays off. I want there to be a reason for tank treads.
I do too. Tank treads are fantastic. They're really strong. You're immovable. You can run over anything. You're a literal tank. The thing is that you have to choose them. They're not very fast. They don't turn very well. So you have to make sure that you intelligently choose them. I think it's interesting that we're seeing a lot of different drive bases. So for instance, we have the tank drive base and the omni-wheel base versus just 2 4-wheel drives here. We'll have to see which ones succeed better, as both of them are very strong, but we'll have to see we'll see how they work together. In this case, Red, would you rather have one robot that does a lot of things as your teammate or a robot that does one thing well as your teammate?
I would say that a robot that does a lot of things okay is the more valuable teammate. Because those specialized robots... All right, so we're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's 4 movements in autonomous. Oh, 3 movements in autonomous. Looks like 29 stuck. Oh, no, they're out. So that's, oh, their blind following is actually working. Very nice. Do they have a table flipping mechanism?
I'm not aware that they have a table flipping rope mechanism. Actually, unfortunately, Berkeley High has beached themselves directly over a table. We'll see if they're going to be able to use this. We have Team 28. Everyone has left the boxes, but did you see any gates move up?
No.
No gates moved up. So there were many attempts at the points, but no successful ones. Oh, there we are. Gate goes up, and Team 32 has got their actuator ready to roll. They have to make their way to that center turntable if they want to be able to get some points. All right, 29 is extending its arm. The monster's claw is ready. Oh, and here we go. Berkeley High extending that reach. Lower it. All right, got to just grab it. Just get it into your robot. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, yes. Oh, Berkeley High scored some points.
That's 18 points. Team 18's got 2 points up, 2 down. Looks like Berkeley High still hasn't managed to get any food into them.
That's unfortunate.
The giant chainsaw terrifying thing is doing something. Looks like they're being pulled along by the table. That thing is amazing.
It's just a treat to watch. I don't care if it works or not. It's just cool. Look at it. Good try. Oh, now he's going onto the floor to pick up the food. I think the biggest issue for right now for both teams is just driver experience. It seems like both of them are just going through these awkward stages where they're not familiar with what their robots are capable of. The Team 32, they've got this complicated drive system, but they're not taking great utility of it. Team Berkeley High, they've got a brand new mechanism, and they're just not using it. They've dropped a lot of food on the field. Oh, they're trying to pick it up. Come on, grab it. You can do it, Berkeley. Make me proud.
Looks like Team 32 is having a lot of issue with actually how they deal with their grip. They have a hard time gripping things. But they're having a great. It works very well once they've got things in it because it's not too fast. They don't have to worry about accidentally shooting something off the end.
You're absolutely right. You can see the nimbleness in Team 32. Despite it being a hulking great beast, it can move fast. Oh, and that's the end of the match. Thank you so much. I think out of all the teams, if the drivers on the blue lines had a little more driver experience, we'd see a lot more points out of them. For now, it's those consistent, smaller teams. Oh, I didn't even notice. 18 flipped over again.
At the end.
Yeah, at the end.
It actually looks like Berkeley High's robot is somewhat a kilter. It may have sustained some damage.
Yeah, I don't think I'm pretty sure the pulley system on their elevator has snapped, and they're currently jammed in place. Good luck to them. I think they're going to have to make another pass at it before they get another successful attempt.
Yeah, that's not supposed to look like that, is it?
No, that's definitely not supposed to look like that, Red. Final score?
-14 to -3 goal.
-14 to -3 goal. Too many penalties to count, folks. All right, good try by both teams. Hope to see you in the future. I think you'll do quite well.
Can I have some bread?
Oh yeah, please do.
Martinos taking the bread break.
So, Red, what's your favorite thing about casting with your mouth full?
I got a from Red. I think it's a positive. Okay. We have Team 1. I expect good things from you guys. No pressure. Okay. And in the opposite corner, we have Team 8. Oh, come on. No violence, of course, but come on. You can do it. 1v1. I mean, it is real life, bro. Okay, wow, this is a rarity in these days. It's going to be a 1v1. Or, as they say, a 1v1. Okay, Team 1 has a very competent table flipping mechanism, and I think they've even stolen tables. Am I correct, Red?
You are.
I'd like to see that happen again, as it's not much that the teammate can do against it, and 40 points is nothing to laugh at. Oh, never mind, Team 12, come to the field. Let's see if they can stay on their feet, and if they do, if they can score on them.
Interesting. I'm seeing a very complicated tensioning mechanism. But maybe that's just a guard, but a heavy use of rubber bands by El Cerrito.
I believe you're right. So it works very similarly to Team 32's. They're using a large belt with zip ties on it to feed the food into the trough and then spit them back out onto the table. Except instead of a 4-bar, they're using a scissor lift to move up and down. Unfortunately, their robot's quite top heavy, and it has had some trouble with staying afloat. Now, if they can get past these issues, I imagine that they'll have a very terrifying robot and a very lucrative goodness partner. Okay, it looks like it's no longer a 1v1, but a 1v2. And I'm waiting for the thumbs up from field control, and then we'll get going. Excuse me for a sec.
I have the hiccups. Time will tell how this affects my ability to cast. I suspect it will affect it negatively. Yep, definitely negatively. Can I get a round of applause for everyone who had to wake up before 7 a.m. today? It sucked. All right, we've got game starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Autonomous mode, success, all robots. We've got line following competence by Team 1. Very cool. Looks like they're unable to do their table flipping surprise. Didn't quite get that grip on. They've got 17 seconds left. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's a successful flip. Oh, it's great to see that again. Always good to see that. That's 15 points to Team 1. Very happy. 3, 2, teleoperated. Let's see, El Cerrito's moving, I think. Yeah, El Cerrito's good. Very top heavy. Hopefully they'll be able to score some points. Looks like we've got Bishop O'Dowell with their Hungry Huppo inspired robot. Team 1 looks to be trying to score some points. Let's see if teammates able to actually get any food in them. The issue is it's a very kinetic activity. They've got a lot of things move fast, difficult to deal with. Looks like El Cerrito having some difficulty deciding what to do. I'm having difficulty not hiccuping. Looks like they're choosing to reverse their drive, Team 8, instead of actually pulling the arm back because it's just a faster response. They successfully got a waffle. El Cerrito looks jammed. Yeah, definitely jammed. Team 1 looks like they've got some issues with their drive. They aren't normally this slow. Team 8 working on their deposit. Yeah, El Cerrito's definitely jammed. The waffle fell for Team 8. El Cerrito, very top heavy, helping out their teammate. That's some great love seeing that teamwork. Great job, El Cerrito. That's really fantastic. Looks like they're trying to rotate to actually get that there. Team 8 maybe was considering going around, but 16 seconds left. Dangerous. Team 1 has returned to their starting position. I don't think there's any additional points associated with that. Maybe just for neatness' sake. And that's basically the end of the game. No one's going to be doing anything else. That's game end and a win for gold for sure. No way that didn't happen. That's 20 points that they got just for the flipping. 25 actually, 15 in autonomous.
Hi, Rhett. What'd I miss?
Very interesting game. Team 1 successful.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
Wow. I'm glad to hear it. Did they steal any tables?
No, they did not steal any tables, but they did successfully flip a table in teleop, which is neat.
That brings the number up to 4 now? 4 teams now are able to flip a table during teleop, which is 20 points, which is colossal.
35 to negative 10 gold.
35 to negative 10 gold. I can see why. Well played by all teams. Tell me, Red. So, these chainsaw bot? How'd they handle?
So Chainsaw Bot had a hard time scoring points. Looks like they're not able to get enough torque out. There was a lot of clicking that suggests that the motor was stalling out. But they did successfully help their teammate when they were stuck trying to flip a table. So that was they assisted in that 10 points, and they actually got out of the box in teleop. So they were a net positive for their alliance. Very top heavy, very top heavy and loose. So anytime they try to make a sudden motion, they're gonna be in danger of flipping.
Yeah, it's you can't really disregard the base of your robot. You can tell that they've got a solid actuator. They've got they've got two solid actuators. Let me put it that way. They've got the scissor lift, which obviously works. They've got the chainsaw, which obviously works. But the whole thing just falls over. In the future, I'm not sure what teams can take from this, except you got to make sure your robot's wide. It doesn't fall over. Team 34. We've seen you guys do fantastic. We've seen you do terrible. Let's see what it's going to be this time. ACLC with a solid representation. I'm looking forward to seeing this. Team 3, represent. All right, and again, Team 33. I'd love to see that print again. Okay, now, teams are getting ready. They are presenting. They are putting everything into position. They're connecting to the field. Waiting for a lot of flashing lights right now. Oh, Red, are you okay? Huh?
So tired.
Oh, poor Red's tired. Booja, booja, booja.
I've got the hiccups.
You got the hiccups?
Yes.
From jalapeno bread?
Yes.
That's hilarious.
No, it isn't. It's sad. All right. Well, I'm your hiccupy host. Something's happening.
Well, I'm your Huckleberry, and we are currently waiting for this to get started. Okay. Oh, wow. Team 3 is really pushing it with that lip, but they are just in. ACLC, good to go. Team 34, flashing like a madman.
Go.
Okay, we have the thumbs up, and we are going to go in 3, 2, 1, go! And all robots are moving, but oh no, 34's gotten stuck on the lip. Oh, unfortunately, they're digging into the tape. That might even be a penalty if they destroy it. Oh, good, they're moving. All right, no penalty for them. Okay, Team 3, currently their claw is causing them to fall over. ACLC going for the button, but can't quite make it. And Team 33 successfully gets out of that.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, that may be a 10-point penalty for ACLC. It's up to the judges to decide. Teleop's beginning. Oh no! It looks like Pinole Valley is stuck, which is always sad.
If their teammate were to go over and help them, oh, they've got themselves off. Nicely done, Pinole Valley. Okay, ACLC, just feed them in. Just feed them in. Nicely done, ACLC. Team 34, looks like they're going for flipping. Okay, ACLC full up on nom-noms. They're going to deposit them all on the table. They don't have the table flipping teammates this time, so they've got to go for the final table as well. Pinole Valley, they seem to have some trouble with their drive. Must have happened when they lost that table. And now they're moving on. They're just trying to get something. Don't drop too much on the floor, 33. You might not be able to get to score it all. Oh, 33 has a piece of food. Okay, and ACLC scores some food there. They've got a little bit on the floor, but they won't be losing too much.
34 finally successful at that table flipping. That's going to be very useful for ACLC because it's a lot easier for them to score on the low tables than it is on the high.
At this point, it might actually be worth it for ACLC to just disregard the final table and move on to getting food off the bottom onto that bottom table. It's worth so much more, almost twice as much. Oh, that's a penalty for the Blue Alliance. Just too much food on the floor. They're going to suffer heavy losses. Unfortunately, Team 3 just can't drive. They've had such a consistent drive base up to this point, but they just can't do it anymore. ACLC, feed him up. Oh, look at it fill up. Or drop right on the floor. Okay, good. That is a nice big load. Okay, now they're going to be moving on to that low table, I presume, and they're going to be going points. No, they're sticking with the back table. That's interesting. They're not willing to gamble. I guess that they're just going for a safe bet with 34 in the way. Oh, no. They're going for it. All right, go for it, ACLC. All right, so let's see. Team
9
3.
seconds.
Oh.
Let's see if they'll be able to get any in. But for time, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Oh, it's those 1 point. Excellent. Yeah, it's that last, like it's the kinetic energy is really the problem. They weren't able to drop their conveyor belt in time, which is real unfortunate.
Yeah, ACLC has a solid actuator. The ability to move that belt up and down to switch between the two is incredibly strong, but it's just so slow that they can only do it like once, maybe twice a match. They spend so long doing it. It's a tiny little pulley with a string on it, and I think they just have to spend so long spooling up and spooling down that it's really only worth it to do it like once or twice, and it burns up like a fourth of the match. So they have to choose a strategy and stick with it. That's an interesting thing that they are able to flexibly choose between strategies at the beginning of the match, but mid-match they can't adapt. So that might mean that ACLC is susceptible to a robot that could potentially come over, flip their tables, and suddenly they have to switch up, and they got to waste 15 seconds spooling up and moving that pulley up. Although it is incredibly strong that they have the ability to do that. It's very clever that they chose that. All right, now we have Charlie the Judge stealing our water. And what's up, Charlie? What's the score?
The score is...
Okay. Negative 22 to 20 to 4. Wow, those penalties were devastating for both teams, especially those in the food. 5 points per piece of food over 5? That's just hard to come back from.
Did they suffer that?
It was Golden Lions 4, Golden Lions 1, 4 to negative 26. Okay, now we have another team. Oh, Team 28, eager to start up. Okay, Golden Lions, so Team 28 is on Blue Alliance. That's going to get confusing with that color scheme. They are ready to go. Let's see if they can successfully pull off another autonomous table flip, which is a lot of points. If they can pull that off, they are going to put themselves in a solid position. And they're against their old friend, Team 25. I'm actually interested to see who fares better here. It's also Team 20, a solid table flipping robot. So if Team 20 can focus on scoring the points and moving them wrong, they can combo very well with Team 20. And they can let Team 20 do the table flipping thing while they score the points. Team 28, very good at both, but not good at transitioning between them, so they're going to have to respond to their teammate, who is, by the looks of it, Ralph Bunch. Red, do you remember what Ralph Bunch's strategy is?
Sorry, repeat that?
Do you remember what Ralph Bunch's strategy is?
Teams got switched. It's supposed to be Pinole Valley here.
Oh, my mistake. It's Pinole Valley that Team 28 is going to be comboing with. Do you remember them?
Pinole Valley is... which one?
Pinole Valley is not here. We're waiting for them.
I unfortunately do not recall the geometry of Pinole Valley, and so I cannot say.
You disappoint me, Red.
I disappoint a lot of people, mostly my parents.
That's harsh, Red. That's harsh. Are your parents here?
No, I live in SoCal.
What, they couldn't make the trip?
To hear me talk?
I'd make the trip. I would cross an ocean to hear you talk, Red, even though I've got a string.
You maybe should rearrange your priorities.
Never. All right, we're getting the thumbs up. Okay, now we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we're seeing autonomous mode and successful line following from 28 and from 25, two historically very strong teams. Let's see if 25 will be able to actually get that table over. They've had trouble in the past. 25 successful. 28 is unfortunately stuck. Looks like their line following is getting confused. 25, oh, that's devastating. They've gotten, are they going to get a third? Oh my goodness. That is all 3 points. That is a perfect autonomous mode by 25. Incredible.
That was fantastically done by them. The fact that they've been able to pull it off so many times is what makes it so strong. Most teams have these one-offs, like Team 28. They've been able to do it, but they're just not consistent. Oh, now they're trying to score. They're dropping a lot of food on the ground, but it looks like they've got a crack between their lip and the turntable. Team 28's got to do everything. They've got to flip the tables. They got to score the points. If they grab too many, they incur a penalty. So they've got to wait until it's a little bit more shallow. All right, now Team 25's look. Looks like we've just lost Mike. Battery.
So we just lost battery on the mic, so I'm just going to continue casting. 28 is kind of afraid of the penalty for too much food. They're too effective. That's real unfortunate. And Ceno's looking like it's having some trouble with its table flipping. 25 is just kind of working on the low table. It's worth so many points, and they're doing pretty well. I'm sure that 28 successfully flipping the second table. That's 20 points. I don't think that they're going to be able to make. 28 looks like it's actually trying to steal perhaps the table from gold team.
But it looks like Team 25 is playing defense there, riding over that table to prevent them from grabbing it.
Too many.
Oh, and that's it. Yeah.
Do it.
So we are currently talking to the screen. The screen is separate. There are two microphones.
All right, 28 successfully grabbing a couple of pieces, maybe 2 or 3. It's those round pieces falling off again. Clearly, reducing the amount of kinetic energy is key.
You have to very slowly place them onto the table.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they just roll right off.
All right, 25 looks like they got a very good drop onto one of their low tables. Looks like 4 or 5 pieces from here. The robot is still touching it. I don't know if the judges are going to have a problem with that. Hopefully not.
We'll have to confirm with the judges to see how much that's worth. I don't know. Is the value of the field after the robots are removed? I'm not too sure on that. I'll have to ask them after the final score is released. Okay. Man, jalapeno cheddar bread is delicious.
To 63 gold lines.
20 to 63, the Gold Alliance. That is an amazing number of points. That autonomous put them so far ahead. In addition, they scored a lot of points onto their table at the very end. Gold Alliance tore it up. Team 25 is looking incredibly strong right now. Team 28 is no slowpoke either. 28 points is nothing to scoff at these days. That would put you ahead or even win you most matches that I've seen today. All right, Team 1, let's see if they can pull off the miracle from 2 matches ago. Team 29, if they can just score their points and do their thing, they'll be all good. Unfortunately, all the audio for the stadium has gone out because the microphone has died. Currently replacing it. It'll be back in about 5 minutes. So, Red, what did you think of the last match?
I think the last match was a yet more confirmation of what we've seen, which is just incredibly strong showings from that yellow robot and from Team 25.
Yeah, I see them as in the top 5 at least.
Thank you.
Please, thank you.
Score for the last match was
28 to 63.
What?
I know, right?
28 to no, that's not possible.
It's possible.
28 to 63. I thought it was like 4 to 25.
No. Last match with 25 teams, 25 and 28. That was 25 to 63.
That's incredible.
Sorry, 28 to 63. They both did amazing. Team 25 scored, 10, 15, 25 points in autonomous alone. And that's points that are exclusive just to autonomous. If you don't get them there, you get them nowhere. That was fantastically done, especially by both teams. Team 28 was running solo, by the way. If you were to pair them with a team as strong as, say, 25, they would be unstoppable.
Mm-hmm. Very true. I'm going to run for a second.
See you. And it looks like we're about to start. So starting in 3, 2, 1, go! Sorry about the loudness. There's no audio here, so I have to shout to get people to listen to me. All right. So it looks like Team 1 has successfully left, but they haven't been able to hit the button. Must be something else hitting the wall first. Team 19, no success similarly. Team 14 has left the starting box, and it looks like that's all they're going for, and they've succeeded.
Unfortunately, Team 29 was a little too ambitious with their code and has gotten stuck in their starting box, unable to leave. So, okay, so now we're about to wait, and here comes the tally up. Okay, Team 14 quickly going for that starting zone. They're gonna for that turntable. They're gonna score those points, and they're gonna score them before anyone else can. There's sort of a thing where whoever's there first wins. Okay, so Team 19's going for the button. I'm not sure they're going for it. Unfortunately, there's some overlap between 14 and 20 and 19 robots, so there's not much that the both of them can that one can do that the other can't. So, moving on, Team 14 is able to score 2 points. That is 6 points. Nicely done. Just have to turn away and not knock those off. Nicely done by them. Okay, Team 1. See you flip that table. Unfortunately, they're getting a little bit stuck and their Omni wheels just aren't quite up. Oh, there it goes. And it eats it. Okay, got flipped over. Nicely done. Okay, 19 with that characteristic, let's see, eater. Grabs 2 of them. Nicely done. Now they're going to go for some more. That's 2. 1, 2, and 4. Nicely done. Now let's see them score them. Unfortunately, Team 19 struggles when they're scoring for the high table, as their actuator is a little bit low. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull it off this time. Team 1 has flipped the table. Team 29 has lost comms, unfortunately, and Team 19 is looking to unload that food. And here we go. Oh, 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop. Oh, no, that's catastrophic. Team 14 is picking up the scraps from the floor so that they don't incur a penalty, and they're dropping the food off. Team 1 is trying to pick up and flip another table. Unfortunately, they need more space. Maybe if they ram it against the end, they can slide their little bits underneath and get that table flipped. Team 19 is looking to pick up some food and drop it off. Looks like we don't have anything, and we're running out of time. Just 6 seconds left. Can Team 19 drop off this food and score these points? They're in position. Go, 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 go. Oh, 2 points. Pretty good. And I'll have to give that one to the Blue Alliance, since 29 had a malfunction and wasn't able to move. Good team, folks. Kind of making this tough. Team 32. Oh, well, never mind. Those hands. And the final score is 0-3 in favor of Blue. They must have incurred a penalty, as I thought they scored more than that. The snow globe is on, but the regular microphone for this place died. So currently Doug's trying to find a battery. I'm hoarse, I can't talk. Can't talk. He is. End of the table. How you doing today, Red?
I'm doing well. It's definitely early. Definitely an early day. I got to do a bunch of 40 homework.
You know we're live, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm not saying bad words. Do sponsors watch this?
Yes.
Oh. Hi there, sponsors. Texas Instruments, Qualcomm, SanDisk, Google, Microsoft, Yahoo, Bay Area Circuits, SDP, SI, Engineering Student Services, Tau Beta Pi, What We Order, iDesign, the Lawrence Hall of Science, and CCTV Camera World?
Don't forget Yef.
And Yef.
Yef.
All things who people, they pay us.
God bless them, everyone.
My things fell off and I don't know where they went. Lost item? Cool.
Like, it's not connected. There's no Vex next yet. We're gonna start right here.
Thumbs up. Okay, and we are ready to start in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we've got successful autonomous modes from all of them.
Okay, and it looks like we finally have a new microphone and we're ready to cast.
Yeah, looks like the autonomous mode has been successful for all teams. 32 hasn't gotten completely out. That may be a 10-point penalty.
It will be a 10-point penalty, you're right.
Is the final decision that it's any part of the robot still within the square?
Yes.
Interesting. Teleoperated begins. 32 with their chainsaw. They've successfully scored, I think, twice.
Yes, they have. It's actually worked quite well, especially with teams that have a consistent table flipping robot. They're able to combo quite well for points. Unfortunately, they just haven't been very lucky with their pairing, as this time their teammate hasn't even shown up. I think it's quite unfortunate for teams because when they don't have a teammate, they lose a lot of potential. So now we have Team 4 looking to pick up the scraps. The teammate drops on the ground. The steam bucket is doing its best. There it is. It's got him up. Oh, it lost a cupcake. Oh, you can do it. Oh, look at that drive. That's gorgeous. Although they're dropping food on the ground as we speak. Okay, just grab it.
Yeah, you can definitely see the power of that drive. They haven't been able to make good use of it yet, but you can definitely see how they could do it if they get a little bit more practice, I think. And the chainsaw definitely works very well once it works. Once you've got food connected.
Okay, so it looks like Team 32 is scoring 4 points they can since it's such a low-scoring game. Team 4, they're not scoring much, but they're scoring consistently, and that's a lot in these days.
It's already out.
Definitely a problem.
Yes, unfortunately, the microphone has already died.
Microphone's dead again. Sorry, guys.
All right. Well, to those of us watching Twitch and in the audience, not sure why, that you now know the reason why. Okay, Team 32 is now going.
Chainsaw's definitely gotten better with practice.
Yeah, they're very impressive.
And it also looks like blue team is jammed or something. Connection failures on both sides.
That's unfortunate because Team 4 was the one scoring points for them. All right, they've got 12 seconds left. They need to score these points. Just get out. There we go. Nice.
32, successful.
Did they incur a penalty though?
They did. No, they didn't incur a penalty for that. Their penalty is going to be for failing to completely escape the yellow box.
That's unfortunate.
10-point penalty, but they scored 12 points. Their opponents scored 4 points total. Or 6. I don't think they incurred any penalties, so it's going to be another victory for blue.
The one getting flicked? Is it just being flicked a little bit, or is it jamming properly?
It started to get
I'll watch it next time.
It's non-trivial to fix.
Hello.
I'll be back.
6 minus 3 blue. 6 to negative 3 blue.
6 to negative 3 blue. Blue team did in fact win. It's that initial 10-point loss is really hard to come back with, especially when you have a low-scoring robot. It's consistent, but it is a low score. Looks like we've got 2 robots on gold team, no robots on blue team. Danza and Wallenberg, both teams that have skipped matches in favor of working on their robots, an investment in the future. I think it's better to have a well-functioning robot than to show up and just break down. It's a brave decision, cost-benefit analysis. Gold's basically going to be playing against itself, which is good news for 13, which can really just focus on working on their drive system.
Well, Doug is furiously looking for 9 volts as we speak. So hopefully the audio cast will be back on for our lovely friends in the audience. But for you, great people on Twitch, hello, how are you? Wah. That's good. It's a healthy wah.
Oh, wait. Battery's dead.
If anyone watching this has a 9-volt battery and can get it to us, that would be really convenient.
You'd be a hero.
Hey Robert, do you have a 9-volt?
It's good.
Do you happen to have a 9-volt battery?
All right, we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Autonomous begin. Oh, looks like Deanza. No, Wallenberg is finally here. Whatchamacall? 13 successfully activating their gate. That's 5 points. Good for them.
looks like we're stalled out, waiting.
Everyone's finished their
autonomous code. Yep. 2, 1, and teleop. All right. 13's going for the table flip, which they have historically had problems with. They don't have much of a lip to catch the table with. They really rely on having something to like grab it. They're trying to rock it into place. Ooh, fell on them. That might be a problem.
Oh, they're stuck in the corner now. This is problematic. I don't know if they should keep going for the table flip.
I think the table flip definitely could be at this point counterproductive. They know that they've got a good scoring mechanism. They really should at this point. They have to do the cost-benefit analysis. How much time are they putting in to fail this?
Oh,
that was interesting.
And Team 13 has destroyed the field. They have. That's going.
Team 18 has jammed the Lazy Susan, and also fired a piece of chocolate into the air. The field is in ruins. I'm not quite sure what's happening. The field is completely jammed. It's rotating in the other direction. Looks like 13's having a hard time grabbing food. It would be useful if 13 or if 18 could just knock some food onto the floor. They know 13's good at picking it up.
So Team 3 is just consistently scoring, getting those points every match, over and over. It looks like they've been having some trouble. Oh, they're trying to get the piece of chocolate that was fired at them. Are they going to be able to get it? I don't know if their gripper's capable.
Table down!
That is a flip table.
13, excellent job. 13 may have discovered that it's easier to flick tables perpendicular to their direction because of the difference in the moment of inertia.
You're actually correct. That is probably true. Let's see if they're able to do it. Oh, and the match ends. That's unfortunate. Unfortunately, Team 13 is going to incur a very heavy penalty for destroying the field like that.
Are they actually?
Yes, it's a massive point penalty. I don't know how much, but it's a lot.
Do you know what tore it up like that?
I think it was their wheels just skidding in place. They were just sitting on top of it, driving in place.
What kind of penalty is that? Like 5 points, 10 points?
I imagine the order of 20 points even.
What? 20 points?
It's very easy to destroy the field.
I had somebody disassemble a voltmeter and pull the 9-volt battery out. You owe me in every sense of the word "oh."
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, and thank you so much for waiting, everyone. Thank you for being patient, and the casting is back on. Okay, so that was a very interesting match, right? What do you think about that? Oh, that's insightful, inspired. Oh, what's up, Grant? What can you tell me? Oh, I have an answer. What's up? Oh, for me? Ooh.
Brett, take the mic.
Sorry, chewing bread. So one thing that you'll notice is that Team 13 tore up the field a lot. That's a pretty heavy penalty because it's very easy to tear up the field and they don't want you doing it. So that could be something in the order of 10, 20 points off.
Wait, you lose points for flinging?
Wait. Let me get this straight. You lose points for flinging food?
Onto the other side of the field.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, that's fine. I can accept that. I mean, like the Ballistic Blitz is still a good game. Maybe you still want to play it. Okay, and do we have the final scores in yet?
6-3 blue.
6-3 blue. Ah, wow, that's a very low scoring game. What do you think about that one, Brett?
It's very interesting. That game was entirely decided by penalties because they definitely yellow scored higher. It was just, penalty for tearing up the field, penalty for catapulting that piece of chocolate across the other side of the field. It's really, really unfortunate.
How many points do you field? Okay.
Okay. So there's actually different ranges of penalties for destroying the field. If it's small and unintentional, 5 points. I imagine it's something on the order of, the national debt if you do it on purpose. Okay, so now we are moving on to our next match. We have Berkeley High, Team 2 again. Good luck to you. We have Encinal, Team 20. Consistent table flipping robot, but without someone to score points onto their flip tables, they're not in very good shape. And finally, we have Team 14, which is very good at scoring points, but they're not so good at table flipping. Now let's see how this goes, and it looks like our final guy, Team 26, the Open Arts, is coming just now. Oh, unfortunately, Team 26 and Team 20 are both table flipping robots, neither of them being especially focused on scoring points. What are your thoughts on this, Red?
I think definitely that the vagaries of random seed is going to be against them in this case. Although I'm not terribly familiar with, is that Oakland Arts' team? Closest to us?
That it is. It's Team 26, the Twister.
Yeah, I'm not terribly familiar with 26. I don't think I've seen them before, or if they were here before, did they drive?
Team 26 is definitely driven. They're the robot that slides the two prongs over the table leg and flips them.
Oh yes. No, so they were successful. I think that was it was the first success of I think 3 attempts. Hopefully they figured out exactly what they need to do to flip it. I think teams should really consider the moment of inertia of this table and what direction it's easier to flip it from, because as 13 discovered, their particular method was much more successful perpendicular to the direction of the table, just because that's really how the moments work out.
I mean, additionally, you have that heavy 2x4 at the very top of it, so once you get it swinging forward, you have so much momentum that the table just keeps swinging over. A lot of table flipping robots are getting into this problem where they get it out to its side, pushed against a wall or just on its own, but they have trouble finishing the job and putting it down. It's the teams that are able to consistently do that are really shining. All right, now we're waiting for field control for the thumbs up, and we're going to start this one off. Who do you favor in this match?
I think that it's probably a fairly even match. Berkeley High's tank robot, again, has yet to score, despite their very impressive tracking mechanism. So they're kind of an unknown. 14 has been a pretty consistent scorer, but rather low. Encinal, don't recall their effect.
They were a good table flipper.
Encinal's a good table flipper, and we have some table flipping success from Oakland Arts. So we're just waiting for the heads up. Yeah, no?
Doesn't exist.
All right, we're starting this match in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, autonomous. All right, we've got acceleration of all 4 robots, which is nice. Looks like Oakland Arts has not left the area, which is unfortunate. All autonomous code seems to have ceased.
Although I think it's going to go both ways, as Berkeley High is just barely within the vertical projection of their zone, and as such, they're still going to be losing that 10 points. It's unfortunate because they're almost just barely out.
Do you think that they actually implemented line following, or they just sent the autonomous command to drive forward?
You see those 2 red boxes at the front, those are the VEX line following sensors, so they almost definitely did line following. It looks like they either lost a line or just decided not to use it or just didn't go for long enough. Oh, and we have a stall in the field. It's okay. Okay, Team 14 has got some points, and they're going to be scoring them on the table now.
Yeah, Team 14's going for the solid, just get it up onto that high table. It's just safer. They're going to have to rotate around is one problem. It requires a lot of dexterity. They've scored those points.
And Team 26 has successfully flipped the table. There's that twisting mechanism. It works quite well once you get it in motion. The main issue is that neither 20 or 26 has something that they can actually, put on those tables.
Looks like Team 20 is stuck on something. I'm not quite sure what. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Team 20 seems to have lost the ability to drive. I'm not sure about that. Oh, Berkeley High still has that listing. I guess it's on purpose, or they've had another failure in their lever. Team 20, it's moving. I guess they're trying to get underneath. There they go. Now they're moving up. Oh, they've had a faulty connection of their Ethernet. That's very unfortunate. Okay, and that's 2 flip tables for the Gold Alliance. Let's see what they can do after that. They both have actuators to get stuck onto their robots, but neither of them are particularly focused on it. It looks like they're both going to have to break out those tools because they both flipped all their tables, unless they're in a stealing mood.
Yeah, it looks like Berkeley High is just not able to score any points. Consistently, they've just been unable to. The most they've gotten in terms of interacting with the nom-noms is they knocked one off with their wiring. Looks like the table just stalled out. Oh, no, it was stuck on that. That's really unfortunate for blue team because they were really relying on that. They can't flip tables.
Yeah, that is the case. Unfortunately, it looks like there's going to have to be some work done to the table to fix it up. And the match has ended. Thank you. We're going to be taking a quick 2-minute break to fix up the jamming issue with the table. You want to check the no, it's not the connection. Is it warm?
Not particularly.
It was a full battery. Excuse me a second.
How do you know?
I saw a full symbol.
Testing. All right. Our microphones are dying at an alarming rate. Not really sure why. I mean, it was a little warm.
Huh?
It was a little warm.
It should be shorted. It would be very hot to be shorted.
32-10 blue. They completed the order.
What's the final?
32-10 blue.
32 to 10 blue. Wait, hold on. Grant, can you explain that? Can you explain something?
So if you complete the order right below where the time is on the big screen, for example, match 32 at Saffron Pie, you get an extra 20 points.
How many points?
20.
An extra 20 points for getting apple and pie in that order.
No, not in that order.
Oh.
Having them on your side.
Just having them on your side. Never mind. On any table. That's fascinating.
So after match 32, before 33 starts, can you make an announcement to have everyone who's just sitting here go out to the sea level one? Because we have to take a picture like right after match 33. So like, can you have everyone else like just like tell them like go to the lawn? Like after 32.
I don't quite understand what you mean.
Oh, okay. So like, but like, sorry, because I don't want to announce it now because then they won't do it. But like after this match, can you just announce like everyone, every student and mentor in the audience needs to go out to the sea level lawn.
Sea level lawn after this.
After this match, so
Sure.
before 33 starts.
Okay.
Everyone just needs to like, everyone, teachers, mentors. So after this match, all the teachers, mentors, and students who are sitting in the stands need to go out to the sea level lawn for the photo.
Oh, okay.
Just because it's going to take a while to get everyone out there. We don't have a lot of time, so we want to start.
Okay, we'll make the announcement now.
No, not now. After.
Okay.
After match 32.
Oh, we make the announcement? We keep doing matches? Oh, that was gold. They managed to get the chicken and waffles combo. Gold. The gold did, I believe.
No. Blue did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was fixing the field.
Yeah. Blue won.
Bye.
20 points. 23 points, I think.
Do you have the scores? Oh, he's got the scores. Hold on.
32.
Oh, that looks terrible.
What?
The piece of tape.
No. It's all right.
I guess it's
I've been turning this off to conserve battery.
That seems fine. Seriously, why is this thing so much? Why is this thing consuming so much juice?
No idea.
How many matches do we have left today?
I don't know.
Is it schedule? That's a map. Parking.
Are we waiting for anything or not?
Waiting for a thumbs up from Chris. Okay, we're waiting for the thumb. And we're waiting for the thumbs up from field control, and we are good to go. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, looks like ACLC accidentally is going in the wrong direction.
28 is successfully table flipping yet again. Oh yeah, they are. That's some incredibly clever artificial intelligence right there. Did they also score that button point?
They absolutely. Team 28 absolutely did. They got 15 points for their team. ACLC is just praying that they don't drive back into their starting box. Oh no, they did. Oh, that's very unfortunate. Counteracting that flip table, but they do have a table to work with now, and they have a very good actuator for working with that. Looks like Team 19 is getting aggressive. No, that was Team 28. Team 28 is going to be going for nom-noms. Yes, they absolutely are. They're going to be scoring them on their table they place. Looks like we have Team 27 going to be putting nom-noms into itself.
Yeah, it looks like Team 28 actually might be interested in flipping that table over. ACLC, it looks like they're having some issue with the drive. Never mind. 28, not quite sure what they're doing. Oh, they're going for the theft. Interesting. I want to see if they manage to get away with this. That gate's going to go back down any second now. So now it's going to be time to move. See if they're successful with that theft.
Unfortunately, there is an actual cooldown on how long between button presses. So 28 is just going to keep spamming that button until it works. And there they go, and they're off. And they've successfully stolen. Nicely done. Oh, and that egg for Team 19 rolls right off, and they lose 3 points. But they are scoring good points. They just need to flick it a little bit to get it to come off. Team 28's going for the nom-noms now. Oh, they've got 3, they've got 4, and they've got them in. All right, now they can score them on that stolen table.
That's one of the most effective sweepers I've actually seen. Very, very well done. Plus, they don't have too much kinetic energy when they come off, so stuff doesn't fall on the low table. Very well made robot.
Additionally, they've actually got a solid strategy where they pick up the table and they push it into the corners, so they effectively get it back so that even things that do roll do bounce off. It's a very reliable strategy. They've got 20 seconds left to flip this table, and if they do, that's 10 points. Okay, they're dropping it, and nicely done. Team 28 is doing work.
Team 28, excellent job.
Oh, there's Team 19 has completed its order. That is a ton of points, 20 points. If they get both the apple and the pie in their order, that's going to be tough to beat. This is going to be a very high-scoring match. Oh, let's see how it comes out.
That is, I think, probably the highest average score we've had yet. Incredible performance from both 19 and 28. That table theft, very brazen, very, very fun to watch.
Yes, we've got, I think, 9 pieces on tables, but we've got the apple and pie order, which is worth a ton of points. 20 points by itself, not including anything else. This is going to be very close, although I think Team 19 might have dropped some food on the floor, and they're going to have to pay the penalty for that. That might hurt them.
It's difficult from here to tell, but it does look like it may be 5 pieces or more. I'm counting 4 exactly, and there may be 1 eclipsed by the central table.
Okay, we're getting the final score now, and what is it?
80 to 32 gold.
80 to 32 gold. Goodness gracious! Oh man, 28. You pat yourselves on the back. That was nicely done. Also, ACLC, good work. Oh.
No, it's still good.
Yeah, give me a second. ACLC, you should be proud. You worked very well with your teammate. That was a solid team dynamic, and I look forward to seeing all of these robots again.
I did. The screws of the field need to get tightened again.
The screws in the field are stripped. You see that piece of tape? That's what's holding it on.
It's hitting.
It doesn't. It's screws are stripped.
We can use this between today and tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, but just not during now?
Not now.
Okay. During
It'll take too long.
Today and tomorrow.
Why don't we just take that screw out? It's causing the field to almost fall off.
Pops out.
Does it?
Yeah.
Just fix it between today and tomorrow. Just try to live with it till we got one
what
more
if we
match.
drill another screw hole really quick into it? Is this the last match?
Last match for the day.
Don't worry about it. Okay.
Last match for the day.
Okay, this is the last match of the day. Thank you all so much. Now, could I please make an announcement? Would all teams and team members and families who are ready for the group picture, please start heading out to the front lawn. It's going to be outside, just behind us. It's going to be out in the front lawn. They're going to take a picture now. So if you're ready for that, come on down. However, we're going to be having one more match, so if you want to see that, stick around.
I think everyone was supposed to leave.
Oh, really?
That's what Girl said. Oh. I don't know.
Correction, could everyone who doesn't really want to see this match, please go to the lawn, as we expect a lot of traffic and a lot of slowness going out there, and we are a little bit behind schedule. Thank you so much.
It's not working. People aren't either.
All right, they really want it. They really want to see it.
Okay, we've got Team 25, who is no longer our highest scorer, which amazes me. Team 12, Chainsaw Bot, if they can get those actuators working and they can work out their base stability issues, they could be a terror. And Team 24, consistent, reliable, good. And Team 33, who is just a solid robot, solid sweeper robot. And Team 25, the old starlet. Let's see if they can reclaim the limelight and get that highest score again.
And we're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Autonomous. All right. Action from all 4 robots. Great to see that at this point. Not a lot of people stuck anymore. 25, successful attempts. Yes. That's a successful table flip by 25. They've got the button. Yep. And the second button on the way.
Oh no! Oh, they
just
were robbed.
Right between 2 pieces of polycarb. That's real unfortunate. Oh! Nope, teleoperated. They did not get that final 10 points. That's really unfortunate.
Alright, and here 25 goes to score, and your Team 24 going for a table flip 33. There's a bit of a conflict of interest where 25 and 33 are both going for nom-noms. If 25 can score them all on that table, they'll be doing extremely well. Team 12 seems to have lost control as they're unable to move. Oh, I'm seeing some jerky motion. Oh, they're lowering. Goodness, that's terrifying to watch. 33 is scoring some points.
Looks like 25 missed the apple, or the pie rather. Remember, this is the apple and pie match. Scoring both is 20 points. Unfortunate about that. Looks like they're going for the low table. And they managed to get everything on. Nothing fell off. That's 15 points. They may be going for that pie, which is coming around again. Looks like they've jammed the table, though. It's caught on the polycarb gate, and it's back. 24 successfully. The pie has been acquired. If they get that on, that's going to be an incredible number of points onto the low table.
25 points from them, 1 food piece. They have to get this perfect. If they don't do this just right, they are throwing away so many points, and they need this if they want to reclaim it, because they are no longer top dog. 28 has taken the limelight from them, and if they want number 1, they need this.
That apple is on the corner by a tiny margin. If they bump the table, it's going to fall off. Very interesting to watch.
Just the gentlest touch, and there they go. Oh, and there we go. Passing on, 25 points. I would actually recommend to the opposing team just go over there and flip their robot, flip the table, throw the points away, get it from them. Oh, and now we are almost out of time, 8 seconds. Okay, and it looks like this is going to be the end of it. 25 isn't even moving. They don't want to touch it. Oh, Team 33 has unfortunately dropped food. I don't think they've incurred penalty, though, so they're all right. And that's the end of the match. Thank you so much.
That's the last match of the day, I believe.
Yes.
All right.
Brett and I would like to thank all of you so much for coming out today and watching robotics and supporting us. We'd like to thank our sponsors, which you can see on the poster over there. TI, Qualcomm, Google, Sandus, just to name a few. Thanks to all the students, thanks to all the mentors. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, and a reminder, after this match, which is over now, you need to head out to the C lawn, I believe it's called, where there's going to be pictures taken. We will announce the score as soon as it gets to us. I'm sure it's going to be very high.
Not to discount the opposing team. Team 24 did fantastically to score the points. They flipped both tables perfectly. They just didn't have enough time to go to the opposing team and flip their table. If they had done that, that would have been an amazing number of points. And keep in mind that food dropped on the floor that's from a flipped table counts against the team that scored those points. So you not only deny them points, but you also incur a massive penalty for the opposing team. It is very devastating to flip a table, especially with a team that's as reliant on one high-scoring table as Team 25 is. All right, we have the final score now. What is it?
60 to 20 blue.
60 to 20 blue. That is a fantastic score. Well done by 25 and their teammate 33. All right, I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Please head to the seat line.
All right.
We did it.
Casting done.
Oh, good job.
Oh god, I gotta go down the hill and pick up do my stupid.
So I'm not going to get to Cassidy tomorrow?
No, unfortunately not. I've got other things I gotta do.
We finally got into a groove.